Oh, where is it? I've got buttons here I got to press to get things started. I think it's this one over here. That one. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 30th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? They're right over here. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. You can check it out. Thank you for the resub. Hello.
C#_Titan just resubscribed for 5 months.
Thank
Another
you
month.
so much.
Always happy to be here and learning from you, Jeff.
I really appreciate that. Let me say hello to the folks that are here. C#Titan with a couple messages to get us started there. I'll answer your second question in a minute. Chaotic Monkey, good morning. Noel Sheffa with a big wave. Hello, hello. Digital Dummy, how you doing there? Hope I had a great holiday. We did have a good holiday here. All kinds of family coming and going. Lots happening. My gosh, so busy. I got a cold. You can probably hear it a little bit in my voice. Um, you could definitely hear it in that cough. But I developed a little bit of a cold over Christmas Eve, Christmas, the 24th to 25th of last week. We're almost on the other side of it. I was absolutely awful on Friday and Saturday. Thursday I started feeling it, and I didn't want to stream Thursday. But Friday, I was no way was I going to hold up. So I had to dump out on that. There was just no way we were going to make that work for a stream with how bad I was feeling. So that was a thing, and I think we're in much better shape now. So I wanted to dive in and have a stream here. There were a handful of pull requests that came and went, and there were discussions on things. I want to take a look and show you a little bit of that, talk through it. Of course, we're working on a website called SharpSite here live on stream. So I want to talk a little bit about that, and I want to show you a prototype I was working on for the new hat chatbot. I'm wearing my Wrexham AFC hat here today. Those red dragons from Wrexham, Wales, with 2 wins in the last week. Boxing Day win over Blackpool, and then a win on Saturday over Wigan. Good for them, moving up to second in the table. Great to see. Great to see them continuing to advance and improve. I've always been a big fan of Rob McElhenney and what he's done to grow a community, to build and his investments, the things that he's been involved with and working on. And that's what got me attracted to Wrexham. Not so much the documentary. The documentary certainly helped, but I was keeping an eye on Wrexham from the point that Rob and Ryan bought the club. So let me catch up on some of the questions that you have there. C#Titan starts us off asking, it'd be really cool if Microsoft could get me over to Australia to do a talk on Blazor and Aspire related things with Steve Sanderson. You think Steve is coming for NDC Melbourne in 2025? It's the timing of the NDC events is typically, compared to my schedule, is typically kind of poor. NDC Melbourne in 2020 was during pandemic, during lockdown, and I delivered a workshop, a Blazor workshop, remotely over Zoom from my home studio here. That was an experience. But for me to get over for an NDC event, there's a couple things that I have to work out. And honestly, if I were to go to Australia for an NDC event, I wouldn't go for just NDC. I would go for a series of things to make the most of the travel dollar, the travel cost to get me there. And I'm not sure if I'm the right person that they want to send for stuff like that. They've got other folks that are a little bit higher in the food chain, that have a little bit higher profile, that would go before me to do stuff like that. So I appreciate the kind words. I really do. I'm just not, and I'm not one of the first folks that they pick for something to do, to do something like that. Your parents bought you a M4 Mac Mini with 64 gig of RAM. That's a phenomenal gift. That's a phenomenal gift. Oh my goodness, you're going to be tearing it up there, C Sharp Titan. Hey there, Mythin. Good to see you. Super fast, faster than the M1 Mac Mini. I hope so. It's 3 generations later, so yeah, I hope so. Upgraded from a 2014 Intel Mac Mini. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet that's big. A big difference. Additional RAM makes a difference when running Windows VM. Yes, absolutely. It's not just the RAM though. You're gonna be feeling it because of the processor there. Excuse me. Hey, Panayo Top. Hello in Greece. How you doing there? PC Nerd, welcome in. Let me get some music playing here in the background. I'm gonna go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist, so we have some groovy tunes just in the background here. Let's start with this. This is called Voyager's Journey. Hey, there it is. Look at that. It popped up right away. It's like it knew I was going to be pointing at it. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. You can listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com. I'm getting over a cold here, so we're doing okay, and that's why I didn't stream a little bit last week. But I'm getting over a cold, and we're fighting through here. I got a message this morning from Twitch. Hey, apply to be on the front page on Twitch for January, and I'm looking at that and thinking I don't know what I would do in January. February might be interesting. I could do something to celebrate my partner anniversary. I became a partner on Twitch in 2019, February 2019. We missed my stream anniversary here because of all the traveling I had in November. But February might be interesting to try and do something and get the attention of the Twitch front page. Not sure. We'll think about it. So, let me see here. Let me set up a project command, and let me start off showing you a little bit of what I was writing for this bot, for the updated hat bot. It's not ready. It's not deployed yet, but we'll take a look at that. Let's say reviewing PRs and building SharpSite. And we'll provide a link to the source code, github.com. Fritz and Friends. Oh man, I haven't used this keyboard in a little bit. SharpSite. Right. There we go. There's the project command and the bot repeating it, and we'll ping that. There we go. Pin it. There we go. And if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link to it just below in the description. If you're watching either the recording or if you're watching us live on YouTube, we're live on both Twitch and YouTube. I see a couple folks over on YouTube. And since majority of the folks are watching on Twitch, I keep an eye on the Twitch chat here. And the Restream bot will echo messages back and forth between the two chat rooms. So we can keep an eye on things and have everybody able to talk to each other. Watch my Christmas readings of The Night Before Die Hard. Yes. You always enjoy it? Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy that. So let me dive in. Let's head into the code over here. Let me just open it first. I don't have this code published to GitHub yet, because this is something I was just tooling around with here locally, and I even have the the URL and credentials all buried in here, and I don't think it matters. Let me just double check before I put it on screen here. I think I deleted all this stuff from Azure because it didn't work. Let me just take a quick peek. Over here. And I spent some time working on my tag over the week. there's lots more to be done over there, and it's going to take me some time to get there. I'm a little bit confused in the UI decisions with the Azure AI Foundry. I'm a little confused with how that was set up. It doesn't yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. I've got a number of challenges with that. Like, why am I going to a portal to open a portal that really is just another series of blades that should be appearing inside the Azure portal? Can I give you some health tips? No, that's not what we do here. I'm sorry. There's plenty of other places that you can look that up. We talk about tech and software here, and we're about to go over and take a look at some code that I've been tinkering with right here to help with this hat detection bot that I've already got written here, but we want to improve it and use the hat detection, the image detection algorithms that are built into ChatGPT. So I deployed a GPT-4o mini model here, and I'm using the Microsoft Extensions AI libraries to set up a chatbot that's going to go and detect and hopefully present information about images for hats that we send into it.
Oh my.
Right. So I set up a chat completions client here, and I don't mind that you see part of my credentials there because I deleted this thing. So this is working on that.
Now we know.
There you go.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's coming from Custom Vision AI, which is being deprecated, I believe I saw, coming up in mid-2025. So I wrote a prompt. You're an AI assistant that can detect and describe baseball-style hats from an image. Be as descriptive as possible, focusing on design, colors, materials, logo placement, text, and any notable features. And then I send into it a picture of a hat and attempt to get some data back from it. And I just output that information. A very simple class here to describe this. I should make this a record. This could very easily be a record. Isn't there a right? Can I just make that a record? Yeah, convert to record. Yeah, there we go. That's it could be one line, but it's just too long. There we go. That's a little bit easier to see everything on screen here for us. And then I don't need to do console write line on this because I can just output, right? I can just say console write line. I don't need to do all that formatting, right? Response is a chat completion, so I can say response. What was it? Response result. Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. And because the result is that record type, it'll automatically string format nicely across for me. You're seeking health tips as a developer. Sometimes there's a lot of problems. How do we manage all this? Your health comes first before any code that you're writing. So focus on that first. There's never an issue with stepping away from the keyboard. Anybody who has an issue with you stepping away from the keyboard to walk around, get some exercise, to get some water, spend some time away from the computer for your meals is not looking out for your best interest, and it has no vested interest in you growing and improving as a developer. They want to get you to work as much as possible, and that's not somebody you should strive to work for. If you start feeling sick, make sure you keep your hands and your keyboard and your mouse clean. Wipe things down when you're done. When I'm done here, I'm going to wipe things down, because even though I have a little bit of a cold, I might have whatever on my hands. Keep all that stuff clean. So, man, make sure you're eating 3 square meals a day and that you're eating healthy meals. It's the end of the year and there's always a lot of sweets around. It's nice to partake, but don't overdo it. You can't code when you're dead, so focus on your health first. Yep. So I tried getting this set up and getting it connected and working, and it would not work for me at all. I was running into issues where the deployment that I set up here, it was constantly coming back and saying, not deployed, file not found, unaccessible URI. So I have a Azure OpenAI resource set up in Azure, and if I go and deploy a model, and I was using the ChatGPT 4.0 mini, which also includes, it says supports text and vision. So if I do that, and if I call it 4.0 mini, sure, do global standard with the highest rate limits, that's fine. So if I go and say deploy, there it is, created, provisioning state succeeded. So it's out there. There's my URI. And if I go over here and we paste that URI in, right? There's the credential. I am going to copy this. Delete that. Paste in the new one. I don't mind you seeing part of that because you're not seeing all of it. And if we let this go, now the folder that this runs in, I put an image in here of a hat that I got from my daughter for Christmas. I've shrunk it down a little bit here. And actually, you really can't read that now because of how I compressed it down. Let me delete that. Come on now. That's the wrong key. There we go. Let me grab the original and copy that back across. Or, oh, wait a sec. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, there's the original. That's the one I want. Yeah. Awesome like my daughter. So what I want the bot to do is I want it to pick up that there's a circle with a star and that text, awesome like my daughter, okay? It should be able to pick that up and report on that. It should be far more accurate because of the way that it's able to analyze and report back. That's right, Digital Dummy. C# Titan, the first ones are supposed to ship here in January. The visor glasses the first ones are supposed to ship in January. We'll see. So far, there's been no change in that report. Is Visual Studio Community the same as Professional? Yes. The only difference is in the business license that comes with it. So, hey, Surly Dev. Right, PC Nerd? I think it's a great hat. So, I've got that new credential keyed in there, and this is going to go look up that file. But my problem is, it's going to get, let's put a breakpoint here and let this run. So, you saw, we deployed this, but for some reason, it chokes on me, and there, we hit the breakpoint there. So it's going to look in this file paths, and there is one file there. There it is, my daughter hat. So if we step in, it's going to read that. It's going to put together that message and send it over. There it is. It's going to send it over to the bot, to ChatGPT, Azure OpenAI with the same model. And bang, resource not found 404. You saw me deploy it, and it's telling me that it's not there. This is frustrating. This is... I think there's ways to improve just a standard HTTP error message coming back from this. Because what's frustrating is I copied in exactly the URI that was over here. There's my target URI. Endpoint, target URI. There it is. And it's not working. And if I open the bot in the playground, sure. And over here, if I say, right, let's ask it, tell me about the current I'm wearing a Wrexham hat. Tell me about the current owners of Wrexham AFC. There you go. It's there. It's running. I'm using the model that I just deployed. What's frustrating is this doesn't work. Copying that in the way that that's structured there isn't working. Why? Like, one of two things is wrong. Either that's not the URI that I should be connecting to, or this doesn't know what to do with that endpoint. Because I clearly keyed in, right? So what if I take off, right? What if I take off all the stuff to the right of this? And I'm playing with a bomb here with this thing sitting there. Think. Where can I put that? 1 second here. I'm going to move that over to a config file. 1 second. I'm just going to move that to a config file. And I'll use access with configuration. All right. Sure. I'm putting down a configuration builder. I don't want to use user secrets because it's just sitting here right now. There we go. Head back over. You got a bit of a beginner question regarding containerization. Let me come back to that, Mythin. Does the code sample link so on the deployment page confirm? Give me a second here. I think I need to add app settings. Oh, geez. Why am I forgetting how to do this? Stand by. .NET configuration builder with app settings. Hey there, PowerShell freak.
PowerShell_freak just resubscribed for 60 months. Hey
Hello.
Fritz. Happy New Year hash.
Happy New Year to you. Thank you so much, PowerShell Freak. Great to see you. No, I don't want to do. That's knee deep in. Sure. Give me just the simple. No. Add JSON file. That's it. That's what I was thinking. Add JSON file. Thank you. Now, why don't you know how to do that? Really? Microsoft Extensions configuration. Yeah. Right there. I don't believe you. Yeah. Why? Microsoft Extensions configuration JSON. Yeah, I thought they. See, it's right there. App settings. Pardon me while I fumble through this. Right, it was Microsoft Extensions configuration JSON. Ta-da. Go get it. And now it knows what it is. All right. So the question from Blazor Mr. Magoo is, does the code sample it links to, does that confirm the syntax that I'm looking at here? Code sample repository. It's Python. So let's start there. It's Python. Let's go to tutorial. Okay, create example data, create a search index. It's not exactly where I'm going. Once again, it's Python. I don't want Python. And I don't see a configuration to change it over to .NET. However, it just says connection string. Does not specify what the name of it should be. And this isn't referring to... Azure AI search index. I don't want the AI search index. Deploy models. Yes, I deployed. Create the index. Connect the Azure AI search. I don't want that. I just want to deploy a model and be able to connect to it. No. No. No, I'm not forgetting. The JSON, yes. Hey, Mott's, good to see you. Yeah, right. So here's the thing. I have this link, and it was deployed into here. Well, this is another endpoint. So if I try that one instead, right? And yeah, I know it says Sharp Translator. That was the AI endpoint I had. My configuration file isn't... yes. Copy if nowhere. All right, so here we are stepping into the files. Right, so it's got that image, go send, and resource not found. It's a 404 resource not found. It can't connect. It's not finding that location. And if I go to that address, right? Copy that. I get a resource not found. But if I go to this address, the one that's in the Foundry, paste that in, I also get resource not found. But it succeeded in deploying it, and I was able to hit it in the playground. But I can't use it. If I try taking that off, resource not found. So this feels like it's broken. I know, though, that there's something missing in my configuration here. I don't know what. The model reports that it is deployed, but I cannot access it at all. Like, what else am I supposed to do? Do the resources have firewall networking setting? So over here, networking, allow access from all networks. Now, I'm in the Azure portal. There's the Azure portal and the AI Foundry model portal. They're two different things. It's not clear which one I should be using, which one I shouldn't be using, because there's a set of keys here, and there's a set of keys over here. Well, which one is it? I don't know. Should I be using this key and this address? Or should I be using this address and this key? I don't know. This one says it succeeded. This one's been out here for weeks. So it's... In chat room, I'm telling you this because I trust you. The folks on Azure hate me when I do this. They hate me that I do this. That I go on and I'm not reading the instructions. And I don't know how to use the tools that are being provided out here. So it's clearly deployed. I mean, here it is, generally available lifecycle. Okay, It's going ahead and doxing me even worse than even worse than the that were even worse than the other portal. And since they put it into a different portal, the protections that we had on the Azure portal don't work in this portal. So doxing users because this is a new portal that doesn't allow the tools we have set up for PII protection in the Azure portal run in this portal. Thanks so much. So, days without feedback, 0. Yeah, the model version is wrong. That's API version up there. API version and model version, 2 different things. So, is there an endpoint for chat? What do you mean, is there an endpoint for chat? That's the chat completion endpoint right there. So this is had to change the version in the URL. Really? So you're suggesting go over here, put that in there, and do we take this out? That feels weird. Yeah, I just changed the text there. The email is clearly visible. All PII should be blocked. Should not be offered on the screen. You've read that the version must be there and correct. So what should the version be? Because it doesn't say API version over here. There's model version. Right? No, it doesn't need a storage account. Nope. So try with model version.
Developers.
Azure OpenAI URL endpoint doesn't work. I see a API version. So this is saying need to provide that URI. Right? And this is as of March 8th. So I provide that, which I'll remind you, there's no resource add. That's the name of the model that I deployed. GPT-4o Mini. And if I use one of these keys, let me just pull this off screen briefly while I go punch that in. All right. Time to make my own translator. It works on your machine? Yeah. No. 404 resource not found. So, Azure OpenAI Service REST API reference. So which one is it? Like, it doesn't matter which one it is. Neither one works. Like, literally, neither one responds. So, like, sure, let's try that one. And so, like, let's try a right. So this is one that isn't in either location.
Developers.
So that's not the format of the like. There's a API version that's listed there that isn't what's in those docs, and this one doesn't have any of that information. So okay, if I copy that, okay, OpenAI deployments, deployment ID. Well, is that the model name that I deployed? Okay, that's the deployment name or the deployment ID? Like, there's deployment name, which is, I happen to make the same as the model name. If I go to my list, there is no ID here. So I guess ID and name are the same thing. Microsoft is usually very strict about referencing and keeping those properties the same name. But that looks like it's the same thing. And no, resource not found. No. And if we try browsing to that location that we cobbled together, yeah, resource not found. So this is the frustration that I'm having with the Azure OpenAI service. The docs don't match the portal. The URLs that are provided in the AI portal don't work with the APIs that are in the documentation. The documentation that's linked doesn't give you a choice of language. And even then, they don't work because I've walked through and done exactly what's described in the documentation, and it's not working. It's telling me the resource is not found, but it's telling me that it's provisioned. I spent 6 hours on Friday walking through this and couldn't get anywhere with it. So next to the documentation link, there's a repo link. Yeah, I went to the repository that includes code in C# and no, it's just Python. So OpenAI Python prompt flow. And I can't get in now. I can't go any further. So I'm not allowed to browse that for you on stream. If I go to a different one here, this is no, this is all Python. So, it's something I'm providing feedback on and we're going to do better on. So, does it say the URL at the right side above? Does it say the URL at the right side above the key? Yes. And that URL is a different URL. That one doesn't work either. So there, I've copied that in, and resource not found. When I try using that in my code here to go connect, resource not found. So, like, this is, I can't go further on this. It's, and the networking is set up so that it's accessible from everywhere in the world. But for some reason, doesn't work for me. And even then, that's on this thing, which is different from this thing, but it's not clear how this is related to that. Can I paste it side by side? What are the differences? This one has all the... So here's where it gets even more confusing. This is the one that we just put together, and we put chat in the middle of that. Right? If I go put chat in the middle of this one, right? Shoot. No. That doesn't go anywhere either. So I'm looking for more helpful messages coming back from the service than just resource not found. Because clearly there's something there. The API that I'm using here, right, when I look at this portal, what it says the endpoint is just that. Which one does the Azure OpenAI .NET code expect? Is it top one? Is it the bottom one? I think I've seen this question, and I think the answer was, well, it's just not deployed yet. Give it a few minutes. Use a GET request instead of POST. Yeah. Using the wrong version. Each model has one or more versions. Right. So I'm copying out. Right. That's why the more descriptive one here that has the API version listed feels like the right one. Could be permissions. If it was permissions, I would expect a 403 forbidden. So resource not found tells me you have the wrong address. So this is the Azure SDK looking at the OpenAI reference in inference. And this is going to just the base URI. It takes time to be accessible after deployment, but it says it succeeded. I completely understand that deployment takes time. Completely understand. About 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. If it's not available, if it isn't accessible yet, that shouldn't say succeeded. If it's not accessible yet, not available for us to use yet, not connected up yet, that should say provisioning. And this is the difference between this portal and the Azure portal. Resource not found. So, and when I'm over in Playground, open in Playground, I was able to ask it a question and it worked. So there it is. According to Monty Python, what is the average speed of a swallow? And it answers. So you can click view code in here. Yes, you can. It is... Where is it? No. I don't want to deploy. It feels like it's a propagation issue. So the version listed here is 2024 7.18. That doesn't look the same either. So let's try copying that 2024 7.18. I'm game. None of this is provided as one of the links, one of the places for us to go to use this. No, that's not found either. And let's see if that works. No, resource not found. And it's the 404 that tells me that it's not working, that something's not there. What blue button? Oh, view code. Thank you. Deployment URL, and it's the base URL. Change this to C#. So now, this is where it's confusing to me. That's a completely different URL that doesn't match any of the things that we looked at before. It's not the one that's in the Azure portal. It's not the one that's in the Foundry portal. It's not any of the API versions that we've chosen. Let's try this one. Do you see my frustration? Resource not found. So and this wants me to set it up so it forces a login with Entra. If I tell it to do key, here's the other thing. This is using an HTTP client to go connect. This isn't actually using the API that was made available. Right? So Yeah. Give it 10 to 15 more minutes. I would agree with you if this wasn't responding. The fact that this is responding tells me that there's something there that the Foundry portal, I don't want to call it the Azure portal because it's not the Azure portal. The Foundry portal knows how to interact with. Ads just kicked in. So this code is very similar to what we wrote for Sharp Translator. Very, very similar. And this works, but it doesn't use an OpenAI model. And there you can see part of my key on there, but I fortunately didn't expose all of the key. The translator on this one connects to a URI, specifies an API credential, specifies as chat model, and goes and does its thing. This is using a GPT-3.5 Turbo 2 model. It's deployed a little bit differently because it's not an OpenAI model. That frustrates me because if you choose different models, they deploy different ways and get hosted different ways, and some aren't always available in all the regions. That's frustrating. From the left panel, can I go to deployments? Sure. Succeeded. $9.28. It's been available now for 40 minutes, 41 minutes. So 9:28 Eastern time. So we're at 10:09 Eastern time right now. So it's been available and and listed as succeeded. The network tab, there is no network tab over here. This network tab says available on all networks. So I'm patient. I'm walking through and trying all the things here. The APIs that are available and the interactions with this and the status messages that are returned are not helpful. They can be improved, and I'd like to see them improved. I have thoughts, suggestions of how to improve that. I have nowhere to go for help to get more. What happens if I manually upload the image? We haven't even gotten to that point. We're just trying to connect to it. We're just trying to get this to come back. And I get a 404 coming back. Now, this is a response from something at this location. Right? There's something that's returning that because it's returning JSON, right? It's reaching into something for a helpful service that's going to, that I want to see encourage folks to build and work with this. This is a garbage response to send back to someone. This is nowhere near acceptable, and I would like to see a description that comes with it that's a comment, something additional besides resource not found, that says you must also include this formatting. There is a service at this location, you must also include this formatting. Go check out and include this. Here's how to format your URL properly to access these resources. If it is a security issue, give me the 403 appropriately and say, you're not allowed. These are all helpful things that as good internet citizens, we can build into our APIs to improve and make it easier for developers to access that self-documenting interaction and learn and improve things. And I'm going to repeat. I'm getting in trouble for what I'm talking to you about here today. But I wanted to show you the experience that I've gone through here because I want to see if anybody has any insight, see if there's anything I'm missing, glaringly missing. But we've used 5 different URLs to connect here. None of them work. You found Playground is sending requests to the endpoint with API version, and that's different. That's different. So, G Sun on YouTube, I hear you. I absolutely hear you. Check this out. Right? Let me just back up there. If I go to Playground, it's for me, it's using 2024-718. For you, it's using 2024-1001 preview. Yeah. Like, wait a sec. So, I love the flexibility, the power and the flexibility to use different APIs. That's fantastic. You've got a different API that's been released every month. Will you shut the hell up and lock on something for more than 30 days? Because I don't know what the difference is between any of these things. And as somebody new, that's confusing as hell. And this has a different version. Than this. That has a different version from wherever it was in the documentation we were just looking, that has a different version from what the folks were talking about on Stack Overflow. So which one is it? Here's the thing. I don't care. If I'm using the wrong version, tell me. Good internet citizens. Yeah. Right? That's why we have HTTP codes. So that you can tell the client what's wrong so they can do a better job next time. So they can learn what you're expecting and do a better job. Don't do security through obscurity. Everybody will tell you that security through obscurity is not just wrong, but it doesn't actually help you. If people want to get in, they will find their way around and get in and sniff all the endpoints. I'm not going to do that. My time is worth more than that. But that API version doesn't match the model version. And I get it. Those are 2 different things. If this API version is required, why doesn't it tell me what API versions are supported over here? It's deployed, so excuse me. And I don't know what this is doing. May take a few minutes. Really? What? So I don't know what that means. But metrics, and you can see where I hit, right? I don't really. Oh, this is where I was trying it last week. But over here, like I've used, I was playing with the playground, and that worked. And over here, right, here's today. You can see where I was hitting it here today. Also, can we talk about the excessive... Oh, good. We do have dark mode. Thank you. But it hasn't been touched since the 3 requests that I sent it on Thursday last week. But I'm not trying to do these. I'm trying to... So, hey, Chris Funk. As good citizens of the online browsing platform, you're right. You're right. So, there's something wrong. Would I be willing to try with a new deployment? Sure. Let's deploy again. Let's do another deployment. So I'm going to go to Model Catalog. And I grabbed, well, I need vision. I don't want to do fine text. Sure, give me chat completion. Chat completion. I grabbed this one. What's this one? Spend more time processing and understanding the user's request, making them strong in areas like science, coding, math, whatever. Does it have vision? Really? No, it doesn't have vision. Which one was that? I grabbed 01 mini, so let's try this one. Text, images, and audio. Okay, good. So, sure, deploy one of these. Go ahead. GPT 4.0 global standard looks good. Into here, go ahead, do it. And succeeded. Like, that says it literally took less than 2 seconds to deploy. Let's give it a shot anyway. This has a different name, but if I were to use that pattern from the other location, if I just change the name of this and replace that. Welcome to Fritz Rants about Azure. And did I hit a breakpoint? I hit a breakpoint. There it is. Resource not found. So I deployed a different model. It said it succeeded. But do I know that? This never changes. Never changes. If that never changes, why is it there? Hey, Ellie Face. Hello. Great to see you. Welcome to Fritz Gets in Trouble with Work. Better error reporting, at least a troubleshooting document to tell you what to do to fix. Yes. If we try going to this URL, that succeeded, still not found. Try going to the old URL. There's now 2 deployments there. Yeah. So this is where, so what I want us to learn from this is provide good statuses when you interact with things. I think this is something we can learn and we can use with SharpSight, right? That value hasn't changed at all. It still says succeeded. This was deployed more than an hour ago now. And it succeeded, but there's nothing there. There's values that are part of this that we don't know where they came from. Because they're not listed on the properties of the thing over here. And the error messages that are being returned are not descriptive and pointing us in a direction where we can either get documentation or do some further research to help be successful. these are things that you saw me provide feedback in the portal here to encourage and help improve this product. Because if I'm having this problem and I'm patient about it, I like to think I'm patient about it. Other folks who are completely new to the technology are going to pick up and walk away and say, this isn't something that I find value in. Is Playground working on the new deployment? No, that's the, hang on that. So here's the new deployment. Let's clear this, John. Yep, clear the chat. What can we ask? Give me something to ask ChatGPT. Our fresh deployment here of ChatGPT. Tell me about Godzilla and Mothra. That works. So, provision succeeded from the inherent tools appears to be correct. It's not quite clear what's going on here. Must have been written by an Ohio State grad. Oh, Kinslayer. Oh. You know how much I do enjoy poking fun at Ohio State, but not going there. I'm using Extensions AI. Chat completions client. Now, the one that I have for Sharp Translator creates a new Azure OpenAI client directly. Let's try that. Azure OpenAI client. Right. Developers. Hey there. Thank you for the follow. Right. And we need... Right, because this works. I need... That one should work. Right? Manage NuGet packages and go grab the right one. Is the URL and view code still the same? 1 second. We'll go take a look. Installed Azure OpenAI client. And I need to clean that up just a little bit. The question was the linked code if we change this over to C#. So that's another, right? How's this for a little bit of confusing? That endpoint URL listed with Python is just the base URL. But when I go over to C#, I get all this other junk on the end of it. And that URL does not match the URLs provided. Hey, Napalm. And there's another piece of code. So this one is Azure OpenAI client. Here's the URI, new default Azure credential, as chat client. So if we do Azure OpenAI client, right, new URI, and then API key credential. Yeah, that should have worked. No. Where? Here. So if we change this to new API key credential, it still doesn't like this. Why? As chat client model. Okay. No. Why does that work? And what was the name of the model that I was using? GPT-4o. Fix that. No. Okay. Compare the usings. Azure AI, OpenAI extensions, AI extensions configuration. Yeah. And I'm not using that chat role in here. Yeah. No. Come on, Fritz. Yep, that's right. That's the one. Doesn't like it. No. Extensions AI, AI inference. Azure AI, OpenAI, 210. Extensions AI, OpenAI. Sure. And then there's an OpenAI reference here. I'm not hopeful. Oh! It's looking at this image. It responded, first off. Text, awesome like my daughter. Yes. Color, dark gray. Has logo, true. Description, hat is a dark gray baseball style cap made of a soft, likely cotton or cotton blend material. Features a curved brim with visible stitching. Yes. And a slightly worn casual appearance. Front of the hat has a circular patch with text and a star design. Logo is a circular, and there's the logo description. Logo is a circular patch made of a tan or light brown material resembling leather. Black star in the center surrounded by the text, awesome like my daughter, in a bold uppercase font. That is a phenomenal description. What the heck changed? Like, I was using inference libraries instead of OpenAI libraries. What can I try that GPT-4o mini and let's do this before, right? And that's the formatting from a record, okay? And I'm still holding to my. We need a little bit of assistance here on some of this. Let's try the GPT-4o mini. And these things they're in beta, they're in preview. Like, this is our opportunity to provide and say, hey, we'd like a little bit of assistance in some of these things coming back. So, once again, taking a little bit of time to do this analysis. And I believe I can get some of this with a fee or a Hugging Face model running locally on my Synology. Maybe. This is taking a really long time. This is taking a really long time. Like, really, really long. Yeah. Give me a little bit more about, hey, there is a resource that was deployed. Yeah. This is the 4.0, not the 4.0 mini. Two total requests and no tokens used. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Oh yeah,
60% of the time it works every time.
Yeah, 60% of the time it works every time. But I'm still hanging, waiting for the 4.0 mini to work. Okay. Developers. Hello. Thank you for the follow. And I changed the APIs that I was using. So I'm using an Azure OpenAI client instead of the inference client. Yeah, that mini model is not. Let's try throwing another image at it. So I'm going to open Azure Storage Explorer and go to the actual location of my hat images here. So let's go grab a hat. Here they are. let's grab something that's a little bit let's start off with the Hard Rock Cafe image. So there we go, right? Hard Rock Cafe. A little bit to describe there in that image. I like that idea, DGen 1. I like that idea. Oops. I wanted to close. All right. I'm going to grab that image and copy it into my test. No. Okay. Hey, Frank.
Fuchero's just resubscribed for 39 months. The best C# stream online.
Thank you. You're too kind. Appreciate it. I'm going to look for this Hard Rock 50, and I have it just off screen. That's okay. Directory get files / I need double slash there, don't I? And it should find it. Let's see how this one does. Ads have kicked in here. Fine. I only want it to run for the one. All right, so if it's not the Hard Rock image, continue. Let's see what we get. There we go. All right, good. So this is for, not that had. For this hat, right? Color black, has logo true, text Hard Rock, Est 1971, yeah, and the 50. Description: a black baseball style hat featuring a prominent design on the front panel. Hat is slightly worn or distressed look with a curved brim. The design includes text and a logo celebrating the 50th anniversary of Hard Rock with intricate details such as wings and a guitar motif. The text Hard Rock, established 1971, is integrated in the design, emphasizing the brand's heritage and milestone. That's a really cool description that it got from that image. That's really cool. I have concerns about how long it took to do that detection, to do that analysis. Like, let's actually put a stopwatch on that. Yeah, stopwatch start, no.
And then
Hey there.
Gonrod just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, there we go. Show me a little bit of elapsed time. Let's throw another hat at it. Let's throw something a little bit different. That one's a little bit too easy. No. Let's throw this one. Because this one's different capacity. So this one, yeah. Where to download it to? Somewhere completely different. Thanks. My concern is going to be how long it takes to do this detection, right? How do I give it more power? How do I get it to run faster? That took 3.39 seconds. That's not too bad. Here's the hat it's describing. A black baseball-style hat with a flat brim. Features a sleek and modern design with neon pink accents. The brim underside appears to have a pink hue, complementing the overall scheme. The hat is equipped with a headset attached to it. Well, no, but yes, but no. The front of the hat prominently displays a neon pink logo of a stylized bunny face with an intense expression. Yeah. The bunny design is bold and eye-catching with glowing pink outlines that contrast sharply against the black background. Additionally, there's a smaller pink logo or text on the side of the hat, resembling the letters Diva, which is the character's name, which is likely a reference to the Overwatch character. Very cool. Very cool. The idea being that we can load this into a database and be able to take this description, load, and identify exactly which hat it is. Even without loading in, that's really good. Right? Like, I think I have a... Do I have a Wrexham hat up here? Not in this location. And I can't access custom vision AI. Let me do this. Let me try and get this hat in a screenshot right out of here. Right, screenshot. There we go. And let me open that up. Welcome to Fritz Plays with AI. Would there be a difference between the analysis of the hat to describe it and the analysis that happens when someone hits the hat command? And that's where I think a vector database is going to help. Right, so, how you doing, Rich? Good to see you. All right, so there's that image, and right, save as. Let me put it in the data folder. Yep, in there, and then it's here. This one, that one, here, there, That's a PNG. We need to convert that to JPEG. Let's just say Wrexham JPEG. Yeah, good, go. So new hat analysis could take longer. Yeah. But it's getting significantly more information. The other question is, can I bring a model down and run it locally and get similar interaction? And that one didn't get anything. Did I pass some advice to the bot with the file name? No. Navy blue with logo. Let me bring up the image there. With the text Wrexham. Yeah, Wrexham AFC. Navy blue baseball style hat made of fabric material with a slightly worn appearance. The hat features a curved brim, structured crown. The logo is a detailed crest prominently displayed on the front of the hat. It includes 2 red dragons facing outward on a white shield. Actually, they're facing inward, but golden crown at the top with the text Wrexham in yellow on a banner below. Yeah. That's pretty good. The file name is not passed. It's actually passing just the bytes to it. Let's try one more hat, and then we'll move on here from this. Let's try this. So, shoes to die for. These are the this is the ruby slippers hat I got from the Smithsonian Institution, the Museum of American History here. So I'm going to grab that and copy it into our data folder. There we go. So clearly there's a little bit of work to be done here to kind of hammer this out and get it exactly where we want it. Black with a logo, shoes to die for. Yeah, pick that up. Black baseball style hat made of fabric material with a slightly curved brim. The hat features embroidered text and a logo on the front panel. The text shoes to die for is prominently displayed in white, positioned below the logo. The logo consists of a pair of red high-heeled shoes placed next to a stylized black and white striped pattern resembling a zebra print. The design is bold and eye-catching, complementing the text below it. Yeah, we're getting pretty close here. Okay, what did we learn? We were using the wrong API to connect in and use the chat completion model. How were we supposed to know we were using the wrong API? There's an error message there somewhere that needs to be teased out. The Azure services that we were connecting to all said that they were provisioned and succeeded and were working and we could connect to it. But when we actually go to these endpoints, it gives this message. But it's not that the resource isn't found. It's that there's something there, but you're not using the right location. How are we supposed to identify the right location? And either an error message or a redirection to documentation to learn more about this would really, really help. Okay. I'm going to put this to the side for right now. 6 total requests, and I didn't use any tokens according to this. which I feel like is a lie. You know? Because I clearly use tokens. So I made 8 requests to my model, but the token usage to my model with text and images for it to analyze. But the token usage reported is 0. Something's broken there. Like, nothing I can do about that. Not active tokens. Sure. That shows that I use tokens. Right? That shows I used, what, 200 tokens? But this was before I actually got it working over here. Okay, whatever that means. Yeah. Don't know. You wish Unity supported .NET 8 already? What version does it support? 6 still? So that's something that's the direction that I want to go to improve the hat detection. There's clearly a lot more to do there. And if I'm letting you chat room, just hit the AI to do the detection of this, that could potentially get expensive. And without it reporting and telling me how many tokens it's using each time, something's weird then. Right? I need to be able to gate that. .NET Standard 2.1. Okay. So I'm going to park this for now. And we can take a look at some of these things that were submitted here. I'm flush with cash. No. There is a promotion going on. You probably see it just below me here on Twitch for gift subs that Valorant is supporting for the next few days or something like that. If it doesn't report token usage, it means it's free. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I wish. If I go to the AI services for the translation that we're using, and I do the cost analysis on that one, yeah, it says I'm using 11 cents. But if I go back and we do cost analysis on this one, and I am doing it off screen, I know. For analyzing those 4 images, it says less than a penny, and it doesn't have any insight as to how many we've used so far today. So, can I speak to the difference between using OpenAI client versus semantic kernel? Semantic kernel is supposed to bring together all of those things so that you can add on and create agents that can hit functions to do additional lookups, to do additional interactions. And I may end up with something that uses a little bit more like semantic kernel to identify a hat, take some of that information and bounce it off of an external resource, right? That RAG interaction. Resource augmented generative results. The RAG, right? It is, yes. That's the way I understand it. But I'm still learning this myself. But fighting with some of these things has slowed down my learning considerably. So, like, now that I have some of that information, and there's GitHub models out here that you can use as well. GitHub AI models. Oh, I'm congested now. I should take some Sudafed. That will help with some of that. That will help with running some of this analysis easier, faster. I need to dig more into it and figure out. So, but my concern is I don't want to be doing analysis for every time you run the hat command, right? I don't want to do a full Azure analysis of what the hat is and the speed at which that runs, right? Like, how long did that last one take? Where'd it go? This one. Right at the point that it hands it off to Azure, there's an upload time that happens there and then processing time. And it's 2.8 seconds. Is that fast enough? Maybe. If I can count the seconds, it's not fast enough. Excuse me. Let me step away and blow my nose here real quick. Hang on. All right. Take some meds. Is it fast enough for chat? Probably. But I like Napalm's follow-up here. could we cache the results? So that's where I can take that description information and I could probably throw it into, look at this, and I could probably throw it into a vector database so that we can compare. But that analysis, can I do that locally faster, easier, better? I don't know. So what we're talking about, Etram, is the analysis of the hats that I'm wearing. When you type the hat command there in chat, that takes a picture of the current hat that I'm wearing.
Now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
And you see how it came back real quick and told you, hey, here's the hat that I'm wearing. The updated version that we're tinkering with here uses OpenAI and uses a prompt. And I probably don't need to put materials in here. And if we tell it to look at, right, so I have 4 hats that I have loaded here. Let's have it look at the daughter hat again. Now this hat image is 154K. What? What? So this is, now this is 154K that it's looking at. That took 7.6 seconds. Highly accurate. Highly accurate, right? Hey, Mom, there's Mom in chat. Mom, we're tinkering with a new way to detect my hats. So here's that hat that my daughter gave me for Christmas, and the description is really, really good. It's really good. Like, if I reduce the size of this image, does it give me a faster result? Maybe, probably. But it's picked up that it's a circular patch, possibly faux leather, and bold black star in the middle, and it says awesome like my daughter. Right? What happens if I do something like this? And I do, yeah, material. What happens if I do that? Right, so I'll bring that image back up so that you can see it. I think part of this is the uploading of that image. Like 150K is a pretty big image for it to analyze. But if I knock it down to it, right, if I reduce the size of that thing, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug. I broke it. Right? It's a really, really cool. 128 by 128, that's really small. But certainly, if it's a valid question. Can I? Right. So let's take it down to 500. It's still 500. That's really. $14K. And I put a -50 on it, so we'll just do that. You're right about WebP, VVG. You're totally right about that. I think I may be asking it too many things here. Oh, there it is. 22 seconds. Logo shape, circular text, material, cotton or cotton blend fabric. So I'm not really concerned about material. Like, I think we can drop that from it. Like, let's take this out. The other, let me grab. I think that's probably a good one. No, I'm not in the mood to do that. No. Ooh, okay. This is a good one to try. The dire wolf from Game of Thrones. Let me grab that one real quick and try that. And then I'm going to put this to bed and go back over to the other. But I think this is incredibly interesting. Tinkering with. So that is GOT Stark. So I'll just say. Now, the image content could be something else. So VVG was suggesting maybe we could make that a WebP. Let's try changing this to a WebP. So it's 11.6K here. So I'm going to open that with paint.net. Right, there it is. So to VVG Online's point, the WebP file format, image format, is a highly compressed format that we can save with here. Right? So 90% quality, it's still saying it's 14.1. I am converting it from JPEG to WebP, which is not that big a changeover. Right? I mean, they're both compressed. Yeah, 14. The JPEG is actually 11.6. Let's go back to that 150K one over here. If I convert that. Just to get some numbers here. Convert it to WebP. It's 260K from 154. That doesn't feel right. Right? Then the question becomes, if I drop the quality here, I mean, it looks like I still retain the quality, and now I can see the file size, but I'm not seeing the benefit. Even if I go into, let's go back and do 50% quality. I'm game. Right? Right, because dialing up and down the quality here is something we can do automatically. 70% is still 131K. So I'm not seeing a significant benefit from doing WebP. The JPEG is the, I'm sorry, it's giving me PNG. It gave me PNG off of. Right, that's a PNG format. OBS gives me a PNG format. So I'm not seeing that significant benefit there. Let me try that Stark one here. It's a good idea to fiddle with it. Nothing wrong with that at all. But like if I was seeing a 20 to 50% reduction in file size, totally on board. Totally on board. So this is the Game of Thrones direwolf hat. Right? Which this one. Right? Black base, it's a black, it does have a logo. The logo shape is geometric. Logo appears to be a stylized, fragmented design resembling a wolf's head or similar shape rendered in a reflective metallic silver material that contrasts sharply with the black fabric. The logo is a fragmented metallic silver design that resembles a wolf's head or similar geometric shape. It has reflective quality, making it stand out. So that's pretty cool that it did pick up that it's that dire wolf here. Oh, that's annoying. Features not supported in C# 9. Please upgrade to 11. Yeah. Unity is a little behind. So, very cool. I'm going to continue iterating on this. I need to figure out where I can put a model for it to do that detection, because even though it took 2.7 seconds or whatever it was there on that last one, on the upload and detection, maybe I'm completely wrong here. I need it to run faster, and I'd like it to run locally because I'm going to be charged every time one of those runs. There, look at that, 16 seconds. Irregular polygon is the logo shape it's telling me now. All right. Hey, that's cool. So, I feel much better about how that's running. And I feel like there's an opportunity for us to do something more there, and it's coming. It's definitely coming together, and I feel better about that now. Cool. There's definitely some things there that we can tease out and improve. Right? So, we can improve the prompt moving forward to get consistent responses. Yep. Like that logo shape, instead of it coming back and saying that it's an irregular polygon. Like, give me a descriptive shape of the logo, right? Because when I go to things like that, that City Series one, which I already had downloaded. This one, right? I expect it to tell me that there's a bell with 2 stars there. Whatever I try to do, I'm going to be limited by the model being slow. And that's where I think having a local running instance that could be running on this machine that I'm broadcasting from that does have an NVIDIA processor might be able to run faster. We could give the bot a number of categories in the prompt to choose from. Totally. Like, there's things like this that it's, what the heck's it going to do? Right? Like, and the quality of this image, you can't read the Nintendo up there with the select and start. Because it's, I chopped it down so small and reduced the size of it. Is there a way to improve that? Right? Give it a higher quality image, and if it's running locally, what kind of processor are we going to see on that? So I think there's a bunch of options here that we can go through to figure this out. So lots more to play with there. Let's pivot and go back over to SharpSight and talk about this. I think I think we've learned a lot around the AI APIs. Yeah. I think we can do a bit more there and think about and iterate, but I want to know, where can I run some of those models locally? Like, I know there's this site, huggingface.com, that has models that we can download, right? But when I download one of these and I put it inside of a container running probably on this machine, then what? Right? Like, or visual question answering. Like, what's this one? Generative image to text. Okay. Transformer decoder on both clip image tokens and text tokens. Okay. Image and video captioning, visual question answering on images and videos. Right, so the question is, all right, now how do I download and use this? And that those are things that I need to learn to do. Like, okay, it's 700 meg there, and yeah, I need to spend some time learning how to use this so that we can pick out a model, download it, and use that in the processing. Because I think this would be really, really cool to be able to bring into to bring in if I can run this locally and get a high speed response from it. but I need to spend some more time doing a little bit of research on that, and I'm just gonna park that over here on another browser. Hey Sean, off topic. You're from Wrexham? Oh my gosh. That is so cool. I had no idea. Cool to see the football club's hat in the wild. Sean, you probably missed it, but earlier when I mentioned what hat I was wearing today, when Rob bought the team back in 2020, the local radio stations here in Philadelphia picked up on it. It wasn't, and it wasn't something that the sports radio stations picked up, like the pop culture folks picked up on, you know? And they were talking, gosh, why is the guy from Always Sunny from Philadelphia, why'd he buy a soccer team? Like, cool, that's fun, this sounds interesting, but, you know, and they talked about, and how did he get connected with Ryan Reynolds? And there's this whole thing. So for me as a sports fan, and I'm a fan of some of the offbeat sports, like the big four sports here in America, American football, baseball, basketball, hockey. Big fan of all of those. But the offbeat sports that I really get into, arena football, where they play American football indoors on a hockey rink that they put down turf on, other things like that. But getting into soccer, football, was something that I'd always kind of like tinkered with. Okay, so Philadelphia Union, keep an eye on them from a distance, and then and European football, club football, has always been something that folks around here are interested in. They always talk about much higher than Major League Soccer here in the States. So just keeping an eye on what the heck is Rob doing here from a distance, and hearing and learning about the National League. Well, okay, let's learn more about this team that Rob bought, because when I hear about it, hey, a guy from Philadelphia went and bought a club in the UK, in Wales. Well, all right, let's learn more about this. Oh, it plays in the National League. Well, here in the States, the National League is the top pro league in baseball. The National League Baseball, National Football League in American football. It's the top pro league in basketball, the National Basketball Association, where in fact the American Basketball Association was a side league that didn't really succeed, and so on and so forth. There's other feeder leagues, and same thing with hockey, National Hockey League, even though it also includes Canada. So the National League, oh my gosh, they're playing in the National League. Hey, that's pretty good. All right. Little did I realize it's the fifth tier. Like, ugh. And then digging in further and learning more about the pyramid, and then when the documentary series came out, I was like, okay, well, let's learn more about this. And from the first episode, I was hooked. And I wanted to learn more about the team, and I've been watching and listening to the matches online. So Sean, yeah, I've been listening to, oh my gosh, I forget the play-by-play guy for Wrexham. I've been listening to him for the past 3-4 years, and he is an absolute treat to listen to. And I am forgetting his name, and I'm trying to look it up because I have him pinned. I have a Wrexham list on Twitter that I manage and listen to, and I have pinned and I watch. Mark Griffiths, right? Isn't that his name? I think that's his name, right? Yeah, Mark Griffiths. My gosh, the guy is an absolute treat to listen to. Absolutely has a command of the language and a way that he represents the club, the way that he presents. Yeah, just tremendous. Big compliments to Mark. He as an ambassador for the club, an unpaid ambassador for the club, just tremendous. So when the National League games were being broadcast, they were available to listen to online. I was listening to all of them when they were in the National League. I didn't buy into the EFL I follow stuff, but just tremendous. Yeah, Junie and I have been talking about Wrexham on and off for the past 2-3 years. Just tickled pink at their rise to League One and now, and I talked about how they beat Blackpool on Boxing Day. They beat Wigan on Saturday. Tremendous to see how much that they're growing. I haven't bought a shirt yet. I wanted to get the red shirt, the old one with the TikTok logo. They sold out of that really quickly. I really like the black, the black with the United logo on it. So, they've done wonders. Absolutely. And Sean, I'm going to go back over here to the chat. And to their credit, it's amazing what an investment, relatively small investment in a club, and bringing a spotlight, and what Rob says in the first episode of the first series of the documentary, about the folks in Wrexham are that hardworking, hardscrabble folk. It's just like Philadelphia people. And as somebody from Philadelphia, he is spot on accurate in describing Philadelphia folks. Not having been to Wrexham, I can't confirm that myself, but I've got to trust in Rob, and he hasn't led us wrong yet. So it's so cool to see what a little bit of investment from them, and how the community is growing, and seeing in the third series how businesses are growing, and there's now interesting new businesses coming in and springing up and growing. Really great stuff. Very happy for the folks there in Wales that are benefiting from their generosity, from their investment. Man, I really hope that I really hope that the financing can finish getting worked out here, and that cop stand can get rebuilt, because the vision of what they want to do with the race course, and I hope that the folks in Wrexham feel this way, that if they can grow the race course in a way that also pays tribute to the history of that ground, and provide an amazing facility for additional, for the Wales national team to come play, for other events, so that they can realize more of a return on that investment, attract more events that will bring in more visitors from the local area. Oh my gosh, it would be epic for the town, for some of those places, and businesses there. It is amazing to see, and I'm absolutely, I am a outspoken fan of what's going on there. I hope I have the I hope I have the opportunity someday to visit. I would, it would be it would be a fantastic visit. It very epic to see, totally. So just to grab a pint at the Turf or one of the other bars in town would be great stuff. So makes your little town of Chicago look so small. Come on now. No, they've done a fantastic job. My gosh, I was in tears watching the bus tour from the National League promotion. I was watching that, Right, because they were broadcasting parts of that live on BBC, and we were able to see it here in the States. Oh, I was in tears. I was so happy for folks there. It was great, just great. So, but yeah, I would. Are they still? Hang on. Now I want to go look. Wrexham AFC Co. UK. And every time I visit this website, I so want to reach out and say, "Can I help you? Can I help you?" But like they do a rewrite with a new technology each year, and I'm like, really? Do they even have any of these shirts left? Oh my gosh, they did. No, wait, do they? Oh, they do. Oh my gosh. I'm not a fan of the gold. I'm not a fan of the gold. My problem with the red is I can't wear it on camera. And I wear so much black. I was actually joking with our friend Ellie Face there that I have so many black shirts, black and gray shirts, that I'm like a wannabe goth. So I don't know. And it's great to see the ladies team doing so well. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the one. As soon as I saw Ryan saying this was available, I was literally on a plane ordering this hat. So, no, I don't need eyeliner. What are you talking about? No. What the heck? What, seriously? Red on red? What are you thinking? All right. Moving on. Let's get back to it. Yes. So, want to be goth or work for a home software dev? Right? Exactly, Mats. Like, seriously, most of my hats are black. And with the data that comes back from the image analysis of the hats, I'll be able to pick up and report and generate graphs of colors of hats and logos and different themes, because, right, it'll come. There's something to throw into that. Do you mind if I go back to the hat thing for a minute? Do you mind if I do that for a minute? I got an idea. One last new hat. I was at Topgolf yesterday, and I was this close to buying a Topgolf hat. Like, there was hats all over the place in there. There was hats with shamrocks on it. There were hats with the Topgolf logo on it and other things. And I was that close to buying a hat. So, yeah, the black does look good, Sean. The problem with red on stream is it does funny things to the camera. Like, it really, the sensors, yeah, the chroma doesn't handle it too well. Right? So I try to go sparingly with the red hats because I've got Phillies hats also, and so, and if I also have a tuned model running locally, some of those Q&A messages like that, I can retrain and train out of the bot as well. So, no, the last hat that I got was that daughter hat that I got. Walked out with a hat, Desiree. I did. There was somewhere else that I was looking at. I literally had a hat in hand and I put it back. There was somewhere else I was at. It was. Hang on, I haven't shown this one on stream. Hey, Grego. No, it must still be in the other room from when I came back. When I was in New York City, I got a Midtown Comics hat. That one is really good. Is the blue Blazor hat trained? No, it's not. But that would be another one to scan and put in. You're right, Steve. And Custom Vision AI is blocking me from accessing. There's when I sign in here, it doesn't give you a chance to specify what your Azure directory is. So when I go to sign in, even though I can't specify I can't choose which directory I'm logging into, it does this, trying to find out which directory should I log into, and eventually it comes back and says, you're not allowed. Like, what do you mean I'm not allowed? I own this. Not only do I own this, but I also granted myself permissions. And so, and it just doesn't come back as descriptive as the new image-based models respond. Like, I've been sitting here now for, 30 seconds, and it's just not responding? Like, really? So if I try and force this, like, no. And I don't have access. Like, I don't know what it is an issue with. And quite frankly, I shouldn't be the one going and figuring this out. Right, so there's all my login stuff. And none of it makes sense to me. Dark reader enabled, nothing in cache storage. So even if I delete all of my login cookies, like, it just flat doesn't work anymore. Really? Just select that. Yeah. Now I don't have access to it. Like, what am I supposed to do? I deleted all the cookies for this domain and I don't have access to it. Nope. It's not 2FA because I'm already 2FA'd on this machine. So, nope. Just completely blacks me out, and there's there's no way for me to get support. I've clicked feedback in the portal. There's no response. There's no contact information on Custom Vision AI. And they've sent out a document that they're discontinuing this service in 2025. Developers. Thank you, Spellcruncher. Appreciate you joining us. While Fritz rants here. Yep. So. I was going to put something else in the hat detection prompt, and now I can't remember what it was. There was description of the logo. There was a shape. Background color. No matter. It'll come back to me later. So, yeah, so Custom Vision AI is, I can't even get to it anymore. Right? even going in the private browser, there's no contact information up here. This wants to send an email. So it's what's happened is they've turned up the security on this, but they haven't declared here's the permissions you now need in order to access this. And because I don't have those permissions in one of the Active Directories that my account is connected to, I can't access it at all for any of the accounts that I have. That's a bug. That's a bug. Because I should be able to say, after I log in, hey, I see you have multiple cognitive services. Which one or multiple directories, which one would you like to do? And I don't have that option. I just get blocked and locked out. So, yeah. This, unfortunately, isn't a service that I can use anymore because of that. Like, I can't log in and tune it. I can't log in and interact with it. So, yeah, there is an OpenAI model, right? And that's what I was just tinkering with. Right. Let's grab another. Oh, let's grab the Azure logo. Sure. Whatever. Right, so this is the old Azure. Yep. This one. Right, just to demonstrate this thing working. Not there. So there it is over here. And this bouncing off of an OpenAI model is significantly better. So there's the Azure hat. This hat is a bright blue baseball-style cap with a flat brim, yes. Features a clean and modern design with no visible text. The front panel prominently describes a white angular logo. It's a white triangular design with sharp edges, resembling a stylized arrow or a geometric shape. It is positioned at the center of the front panel. So there's more we could probably get out of that, but it is a stylized arrow or geometric shape. The logo shape is triangular. So it hasn't recognized that it's the old Azure A. Maybe it's a security issue. If it's a security issue, it's a security setting that has changed within the last 3 months that was not documented for existing users of the application. Totally get it. But here's the thing. Not even Microsoft support knows what was changed. Because I have several open tickets from August about it. And they're like, I don't know. So, yeah. Doesn't work. So, that information coming out is so much more valuable than what was coming out of the other one. So VVG has a comment there on Discord, exporting a couple files at 75% quality, and quality is better with smaller file size. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I think I need to do that comparison, that compression first. The content and what we're looking at here is right, it's already been mangled a couple times. So you have to update your surface in 2025 or buy a new one. Exactly, Marcus. The accessibility information that is included in there, I think, is extremely valuable as well. So, anyways, let's try this again. I'm going to try and get over to SharpSite and talk about this. How old is your Surface, Spellcruncher? Your Surface device? If it's 4 or 5 years old, totally go get it. Totally go get a new one. $2018, yeah, I would go get a new one. So, when you install the app, and the notification will show if it's blocked by new security. I don't have a way to install the app. It's already sitting out there. Right, it's saying loading my accounts, and I don't even get a chance to do any of that stuff. Right? And if I was being locked out, yeah, I'm being blocked on the server. Why? Like, there's no definition here of what I'm missing. So, I didn't look at your question. Let me go back to that, Mythin. I can start there and kind of work backwards. So, beginner question regarding containerization. Mythin has a database and a Postgres server in a container. Cool. And much like SharpSite, the storage is in a volume. What's the limitation in terms of capacity? For a bit more context, if I allocate a SQL Server on Azure, I can tell it exactly how much storage I want to have, and it increases if I need to. How does this work for volumes? Good question from Mythin there about volumes with containers. So what we can do, let me open Docker here. And on Docker, we have volumes. And these are various allocated spaces on disk. There's me downloading and running an Olama model. That's what I want to be able to do with running one of those models locally. But here's the SharpSite data, and it's 46 megabytes. When you create a volume, my new volume, right, so there it is. Yes, more volume actions, please. Developers. It's not doing anything. Victor, welcome. It's not doing anything. Let me go back to, here's my SharpSite data. There's the stored data inside of it, the containers that are using it. No, I don't want to empty the volume. I believe here it's only limited by the amount of space that you have on disk. I thought there was also a way to specify a quota on it. Docker container specific disk quota. Allowability to limit disk space available to the container. Store your data in a volume, and then you can specify the size. So when you're running that on Azure or on AWS, you specify where you want your mounted volumes to live, and there's options there to configure exactly how much space that we have. So yeah, I've given up trying to hide
just resubscribed for 18 months.
that information.
C-sharp
Hey,
hats.
Wise Otter. Hello. You just sent a code to me. You sent a code to me. That's not normally where I want you sending me codes. I am using the Authenticator app. Oh, wait a sec. Why does it want me to set up a new authenticator? Let me do this off. Yeah. It was registered. What? I don't want a tour. I went and crushed that cookie and it forgets all my stuff about how I had my preferences. What the heck just happened? My Azure portal is empty. Thank you for the resub, Wise Otter. My directory is gone. No. Now what's it doing? I was just logged in here. I'm the organization. Please tell me. Okay. That stuff's still working. Okay. So my websites are still up there. I'm just not allowed to access them now. New browser. Nothing. This literally just happened live on stream. Nothing in my email. Nothing in my authenticator. Access to this storage is not allowed. I think it's this. Go ahead. What the hell? And now I can't get in. Access to the storage is not allowed. Yeah, this is incognito mode. That was a different browser. Sure. Yeah, stay signed in. Nothing. I have no I have no way to request support. I have no access. I can't log into anything. I am completely blocked and taken off from all Microsoft resources at this point because I cannot log in. I'm going to get in trouble for this. I just got bumped out of my Azure account and I cannot log back in. The portal keeps requesting additional information and hanging. I've tried 2 different browsers and incognito mode in both. I'm stuck. I'm not going to look at that live on stream. Nothing looks out of way over on that. Yeah, I really didn't want to look at this live on stream. It's not showing my Azure subscriptions. Under the list of subscriptions, it shows my Microsoft 365, shows my Game Pass. They moved something. No. No. I'm in like emergency hair on fire mode here because I can't get to my Azure stuff. What the hell? I just typed portalazure.com and it got there. Chat, you saw me having a conniption for the last 20 minutes. You saw me end up somewhere else. Some other directory. There's 4 other directories that I'm attached to that for some reason aren't showing up here. I don't feel right about this right now. I last updated a minute ago. Is that the last update of the data here, or? No, because I was in this same browser just a few seconds ago. I really want to get back into this project. What's that clip? What the hell? I just typed portalazure.com and it got there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it was a deployment that was occurring. I don't know. I can get to all the things again. I don't know. The tweet fixed it clearly. Clearly. Developers. It's suddenly working in my browser again. I don't know what changed, but I'm not 100% comfortable with the experience. Don't know. I've got to move on. So, some folks did some contributions over the weekend, taking a look at some various things. I want to bring up, there was a pull request there are 2 pull requests that were started by a default writer here. This one to add some plugin system improvements, and what was happening here that I pushed back on, started creating some abstractions over things like application state, right? An interface over an application state manager, an interface over a definition of a plugin that aren't necessary because we don't need those abstractions. We can move these POCOs somewhere and just work with them. Like an iPlugin manager that is a startup manager. Like, an I plugin manifest. Like, we don't need these extra interfaces. Nobody else is referencing them. Nobody else should be creating things on top of them. So I felt a little weird and uncomfortable with that. And the other thing that Default Writer did that was a little bit weird. So I wanted to encourage a little bit of logging and auditing for system interactions, like these types of events. So what Default Writer did was started adding SEQ, logging abstractions, and Serolog. These are very cool tools that you can use in your application. Very cool. However, SharpSite uses OpenTelemetry. You don't need to add SEQ or Serolog because OpenTelemetry does, in Serolog's case, the organization and placement of it for you. You can capture and place that wherever you want. We have an abstraction layer on top of this. And when you're running with .NET Aspire, you get it all appearing in the dashboard, which means you don't need the SEQ, structured logging. So there's all kinds of stuff that was being added here that .NET Aspire and OpenTelemetry does for you by default. Don't get me wrong, these are really cool things if you don't have OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry solves this problem. And that's an important thing for folks to understand that I think was missed here in creating this, right? So thinking more about this logging, when we step into the website, we just want to create additional events for logging. We want to create additional telemetry for some of the events that are occurring so that you can see how long they take, so you can measure those interactions. And they all occur because we have the service defaults that provides that interaction. Health checks, service discovery, OpenTelemetry, right? So if we jump over to that, right, here's some instrumentation that it adds, that it has available by default for us. We can add more telemetry to that. We can create our own SharpSite telemetry that includes logging and detection and injection of some of that information. Really cool stuff that we can define and add into the mix here. Napalm chimes in, I think it's unnecessary if you have OpenTelemetry, but if you have legacy Serolog code, there is a sync for OTel. Yes. Totally cool. But we don't need, right, the interface between the abstract iLogger that ASP.NET Core gives us already has a pipe that dumps into OpenTelemetry, which then gives us the cool dashboard capabilities, whether it's here in the .NET Aspire dashboard, it's on Azure App Insights, so on and so forth. Other places you may want to go, SolarWinds or Datadog or what have you, right? Lots of other places that you can put that stuff for analysis. You want to put in Prometheus and analyze it with Grafana? Go for it. You can do that. Not something that we need to put into the insides of the application. We can add those as things that folks can do after the fact with the OpenTelemetry export. So thank you for the handy link there, Napalm. Appreciate it. So I just want to point out that these were things that were suggested that I love the enthusiasm. I want you to collaborate and be a part of this project. Totally do. Discussion of those features that were being built didn't happen. So unfortunately, Default Writer started down a little bit of a path with enthusiasm that wasn't needed. And because it looks like didn't fully understand some of the features that .NET Aspire brings to this. So hopefully that was a learning opportunity for them. And happy to discuss further and encourage and point in some of those directions, and we can add more of those capabilities. And we will. And we'll learn more about it when we get there. Or when somebody else does it, and we review and learn about their code. So this one was opened by DGen1 to add supported languages feature and robots text admin settings. So this is for issue 58. It opened it twice. Look at that. Let admins set which languages should be supported on the site in the admin section to give better control over which languages, which audiences they'd like to reach. So DGen1 put together this little update. So there's a file changed. In application state, there's a localization record that says here's the default culture, here's the collection of supported cultures. That makes sense, okay? And we'll get to this in a little bit. So in the admin site settings page, they added a collection of they added a reference to the Sharp site locales, a little bit of localizing text, and max size, default language label, default language heading, and here's the list of cultures here that are available that will show which ones are possible. Okay, some custom robots text content, we'll get to that in a second. Setting the default culture. On culture changed, how we're going to handle that. Culture change settings. Okay. And then the language picker updated this a little bit. Mix and match spaces here. The set culture capabilities. Okay. Frozen dictionary of localized culture names. So I don't think we need this because they're available in the property. Inside the culture. I'll come back to that in a minute. Set default culture, coming off of whatever the default culture was that was chosen. Some resources for supported languages. And this I don't think we need. Because we can get them out of the culture. Yeah. And here is the Finnish versions of those. Okay. The shared resources. And I think we're going to be able to take the language specific ones because it's actually embedded inside of the base class library. We'll be able to pick that up and work with it. Okay. So the other thing that was done here was the text area to add custom content to robots text. So right here, there's a robots text area with some help text, user agent, and there's a little bit of information about how to tweak for different bots. And this is being saved in a robots text custom content. Yeah, and then being saved, so it'll load up. And now, is that on the robots text service? Let's take a look. So user agent disallow on admin. If there is any custom robots text content, append it. And there's where to find the sitemap. Not bad. Okay. Looks pretty good. I think the language names can be handled by the base class library, and we'll follow up on that. The localization of language names. So let's squash and merge that in. And that goes into V05. Cool. So that is for 58 and 42. Let's just make sure that they get closed. Developers. Yeah. Great. Thank you for the follow. That's pretty good. Let me bring that down locally and let's tinker with it a little bit, because like I said, I think there's a way that we can do a little bit with this. No, it's not. Now it is. Yeah, that's fine. Jump back a branch. Really? I spelled it wrong. Ugh. Yes, do it all. What else? Yeah. There we go. Now merge that. Push those changes. What? Yep, go ahead. Reload. The reason for the manually added language was that if you change the set of supported cultures, you no longer have a list of all the supported cultures. I think I understand what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying. So there's supported cultures, and then the localized culture names. So these localized names, I think we can get those localized names appropriately. Like, I believe culture info, create specific culture. And then I believe there's a native name here. Yeah, there it is. The culture name consisting of the language and the optional script. Right? String, string. Why don't you like that string? Huh? So, right, there's the native name for, right, we've got 2 or 3 different ways that we've got to wander around this. We've got the native name for that language. We also have the name for that language in the current language. So, right, Deutsch is German for German, but in English, we want German. In French, it's something else, right? So that's where I think this might not be entirely necessary. But I see what you're doing, and I think this is a place where you've done by hand something that the BCL has for us, and it's one of those things that we can learn from and improve our code by kind of handing off to the default thing that's out there. So I want to go see everywhere this is used. No. I went to DuckDuckGo. Right, so I think it's Shift F12 to see where it's used. Oh, it's not used anywhere. Okay. This isn't too bad. Let me leave it where it is. Let me run the app. And we'll take a look at this. Because I saw where you did localization of the language names. Oops. Did I do that? I did. I did. Yep, there it is. Let's take a look, and I think those were supposed to use it in like current and native. Got it. I think the culture name, the culture info, is going to help us with that. And let's take a look. You know, this might be something that we can hit real quick, learn about, and benefit from. So let's take a look. See, I'm in Edge. That's fine. Come on. There we go. Right, so, right, English, Deutsch. So, those are showing the native names. That's in the language plugin? The language chooser? Language picker, there it is. There. Culture native name. And that's a culture info. So it's doing the native name on those. So to a little bit of your point, DGen1, right? Let's just do that little bit of formatting here, right? So we could do for the title we could do Fritz can't type dot name, right? And then put a parenthesis and a little bit of this, and we'll just jump over here and we'll add a closing parenthesis there. And I think that'll get us what you were trying to affect, right? So, yep, we've got the hot reload there. So now when I mouse over EN English, no, I don't like just the DE. Isn't there like isn't it like full name or something like that? Display name. So save that. Let's see. There's the hot reload. English, German, Deutsch, Catalan. There's the Finnish, and I know it's really small there, but that's I think what you were trying to affect, and we could do that, yeah, without having to write our own translations for it. And I totally get what you were doing, totally get, and now we've got developers. There we go. Select the supported languages. Yeah. So thank you for the follow. Steve, welcome. Steve. We need a way to be able to unselect. There's no way to deselect. I like that. Yeah, to multi-select you need to control, but how do you deselect? Oh, you have to hold down control and uncheck the last one. Okay. Let me see if I can just trim up that last bit on the admin page using that same technique, and then we can reduce a little bit of that code that we had in there for translating. Otherwise, made perfect sense what you were doing there. The label in supported cultures, and that's a string option, and then localizer get yeah, right. We can help you out there by let's yank this. It's okay. Okay. I think it's just in here. Yeah. So let's say something like var this culture equals culture info. I think it's create. Yeah, there we go. And then we can pass in culture. And then this can become this culture, right? Display name. This culture, native name. Yeah, I know, we're still working on it. Oops. That one. So then I can paste that there. Oh, I need to actually define. So I think Put a little bit of space in there. I think that's it. Code change made successfully. Uh-oh. I broke it. What have I done? Oh. Let me go back to the language picker, right? We did culture display name, culture native name. We did set culture on culture.name. No, I didn't want that. I want here. Hey there.
Eric Fanart still in just resubscribed for 19 months. Higher Fritz.
Hello.
Developers.
Welcome. Dune Princess, how you doing there? Thank you so much for the support. 19 months with us. Much appreciate that. How you doing there, Dune Princess? Welcome. How's the planet of Arrakis treating you? Hope you're doing well. It's quite sunny there, I understand. The spice must flow. Or is it some other? Yeah, it's just an array of strings, so I should have picked that up as just en. And then it's this culture display name. So it's picking up a region on that. Right? If I put a break here and we reload, right? So the culture being passed in is BG. Yeah, I know. So this culture is, yeah. Even though we passed in BG, it gave me isn't there like a base culture or something? Back over here. At culture there. Localization options, where's that coming from? Yeah, the name is showing the complete. You're having Azure Portal issues also? Thank you, 404. I appreciate it. I don't think that's an array of strings. That looks like it's an array of supported values, supported cultures. That's a collection of culture info. So this is different. Ripping out entity framework for Dapper is such a pain? Yes, it is. Yes. That's why I like to mix the use of them and have a repository that sits in front so that some of the things that EF does that are nice and easy to do, let it do those. And swap out for Dapper where it's appropriate to optimize. But the culture being passed in is CA. Right, so if I step in, that created CA Spanish. CA Spain. Maybe I don't want create specific culture. Maybe I want get culture info on that. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Trying to lower the cost of the solution and the load it's putting on the database. Entity framework causes some big CPU spikes. It does when you're... Yeah. It can do some greedy selects in there. And greedy index usage. Come on now. I gotta log back in? Really? Really? I forgot the exclamation point at the end. Oh yeah. And over here, there's my breakpoint. So there's BG. Yeah, there we go. So now it's just Bulgarian. There we go. That's what I think we wanted there. So, right, yeah. Change this to get culture info. And when that hot reloads, there it is. English in English, right? And if we're in a different language, so let's choose German for a second here. Yeah, there we go. So there's the right, there's the German for French, Französisch, and Francois. Francois? Yeah. So, right. Not bad. So now, yeah, the language translations, right? Those types of things that are kind of like common that we should have. Yeah, we can simplify now and get rid of those pieces. Yeah, yeah. Let me open the XML editor. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm going to go generate translations for these other items. I really appreciate you adding those capabilities. And I have no problem going and doing any translations for those types of features that folks add here that need help translating. Let's do it. Let's go clean those out. Without question. But here's a place where we can short circuit and use some of the native stuff that the .NET team has already done for us. I thought, did it go and delete those for us? Maybe it did. So there you go. Today you learned something, right? And I should really put that back on the 0.5 for those couple of things. Right? Now let's see if we can jump over. Sure. It's because this is busy. Okay. That's fine. Let's say culture names. And we'll just get this patched in real quick. There was another place. Oh, it was in the locales configuration. Right, these can be removed. So, check if it was removed from, oh, EN resx. Okay. I can see him right there. Yep. Like I can see him in the because of the size and how they're all the same. I can see them in the scroll bar. So there we go. Wow. I have no idea what it was just trying to do. That wasn't right. Okay. Make sure that rebuilds. And I'll put that up and merge it in. And let me do the other translations while I'm here. Right? I mean, you did us this great favor of putting in those translations, the labels for that. So let me translate those labels while I'm here. So that's in SharpSite Web. SharpSite. The duckbill. Oh, you can't see it on the keyboard cam. See the duckbill here is hanging just over the my tab key. So sometimes when I reach out and hit the tab key, I'll hit the duck's nose by accident. And oops. There we go. So let's do some translation. I forget what happens when I just run this. Shared resource Ian. Right, just give it the one and it'll go detect the others, I think. And decide what to jam in there. There we go. So go generating all those translations that DGen1 added for us. The labels, we'll get these all translated and added in. Where they're missing, simplified culture detection. No, culture names in UI and added translations. So that's great stuff. Let's merge in this update for the culture names. Nope, that's not it. We're going into... Come on, let me click on it. Let me click on it. Thank you. No. Simplified culture name use with BCL and added translations. And just for fun, let's ask Copilot to generate a summary. Almost the New Year? Yeah, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. So tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It's also the next Penn State football game. So, let me remove all of this. Most important changes include updating how cultures are displayed, removing static localized culture names, and adding new translations for various languages. Sounds good. Create that pull request. Yeah, we are Penn State. So, you've heard me ranting about my college football team, my preferred college football team, the Pennsylvania State University, where I went to school, where my daughter went to school, my wife went to school. Tomorrow, they play in the next round of the college football national championship playoff. They are the first of 4 games in this round. This is the quarterfinals of the knockout tournament. So there are 4 games going on. The first game is tomorrow, and that is the Fiesta Bowl in Phoenix. Penn State versus Boise State. So Boise is in Idaho. That's in the northwest corner of the United States. Penn State, of course, we're in the middle of the eastern side of the eastern side of the country. So big distance between these two schools. They wouldn't normally play each other. However, in the national championship tournament, they're playing each other. So the winner of this game goes on to play the winner of Notre Dame. They're in Indiana. They're in the Midwest. So that pretty much central United States. They're playing against Georgia. University of Georgia is in the southeast. So 2 schools that wouldn't normally play each other. And the winner of... They play... Notre Dame and Georgia play in the Sugar Bowl. That game is being hosted in New Orleans. They're right on the Gulf of Mexico. Right in south central United States is where that game is located, in New Orleans. The winner of those 2 games plays not this coming weekend, but the following weekend in Miami. So very southeast corner of the United States. And they play in what's called the Orange Bowl, is the name of that game. Named after the citrus fruit, right? Oranges. So that will be a very exciting matchup in the semifinals, the final 4 teams of the knockout. The other side of that is the Cotton Bowl Classic. That takes place in Dallas. That's a whole nother story about what's going to be going on that side. So the knockout tournament continues for American college football. Very exciting here. Very, very exciting. Confusing. It's a new tournament for everybody. We're all just getting used to it. So I'll delete my branch. I will jump over to the V05 branch. I will delete my local fix branch, which I don't mind doing those type of cleanup interactions. So I'll pull in the changes that were tested and verified to work properly. And I'll jump back over to, what's the branch I was working in? The file plugin branch. This again. What do we want to do? I mean, I do have the remove statements for those. I'm in the wrong folder to do them, though. Yep, go ahead, do that. Yep. What was the other one? Abstractions, file storage. Yes. Now we can check out and jump over. Merge the branch. Push the changes. Good. All right. Now I can continue. Woo! So, just catching up, checking to see what else is going on here. Yeah. All right. Wow, Apple TV will be free to stream on January 4th and 5th. That doesn't do anything. That's... I'm not a fan of Apple TV. They've really done some bad things to Major League Soccer and to other outlets over there on their different products that have appeared over there on their service. The soccer league had very low ratings on public free TV, and then they put it behind a streaming service where folks have to pay $100 a year to watch it, and nobody's buying it. Their viewership is down 60% over where it was last year. Like, they're at a point where they need to grow their viewership, not get paid. Unfortunately, they need to get paid because they brought in, what's his name? And they need to pay him. Right? What's his name in Miami? You know what I'm talking about. What? No, Inter Miami. I'm sorry, not Miami FC. Too many. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. But Messi. Oh my gosh, how can I forget Messi's name? Right? They literally owe this guy hundreds of millions of dollars, and they've got to do everything they can to capitalize and get that money. They cannot afford Messi. They literally should not have brought him over because nobody's buying the product, even though he's there. Folks aren't buying the product. The fact that Messi hasn't been able to play hasn't helped much either. Like, he's been injured. We were working on, we can dive back in now. I was working on a file storage plugin, the ability to define and specify how files are going to be stored and be presented inside the application. Yeah, okay, good. So let me close this up a little bit. So we're in the middle of defining a little bit of what does a file storage plugin look like. That's fine, we can start there. Right, so what does a file storage plugin look like? Yeah, Messi is very expensive. And they don't have they don't have the income stream to afford him. They just don't. So we're going to get files off disk in this, well, or from some location. The version of this that we're writing is going to get from the file system, right? Let's just do simple file system. And we're going to specify this section is called file system storage. And there's a base folder name that we're going to specify that this is going to be located. This base folder name in my mind lives next to the plugins folder. Does it, or does it live inside the plugins folder? Let's put it inside the plugins folder and put an underscore in front of it to make it kind of the base location. So we're receiving file system configuration section. Here's how we add files. Here's how we get files. I think that base folder name. Let's set up a public string. And let's put a underscore in front of it. Yeah. And then we can just yoink that. Now, there's some level of configuration here that when this is created, when we first start using it, we should make sure that that folder exists on disk, right? Yeah, so I need a, oops. And actually, we can get rid of that. And don't need that now. Sure. Let's make this. Well, it is already read-only because it's only got the get there. Let's go fix these other places where it references. Oh, no, it doesn't. Good. All right, so after it sets that up, we should check to make sure that that folder exists on disk. You keep seeing videos of Messi's bodyguard protecting Messi from his fans. People say the bodyguard is paid more than Messi's teammates. I wouldn't be surprised. Some of his lower teammates would not be surprised. I think I want to create that inside the plugins folder. Right. Path combine. Yeah. Now, how do we feel? Is this something that the plugin manager should expose? The ability to say, create a directory for me. that makes sense to me. So let's back up here. Configuration section, run at startup register services. So this is somewhere where I would say and create directory in plugins folder. Yeah. Static types cannot be used as return types. Directory info. Right, because this returns a directory info. Okay. So what I want to do then is have this implement here. Like that. And even then, I think we should put the underscore in front here. So then what did I do? Right? Huh? Create directory in plugins folder. Yeah. Right there. Why don't you see this? Now, why doesn't it like that? Oh, because I'm in static here. Where's that reference? Oh. Yeah. All right, fine. Is this used anywhere else in this? That's already built because initialize ran. So that's not needed. Where is that used? I'll leave that go for now. But what that lets me do is why don't you like that? Yeah, I know. I'm working on it here. I'm working on it here. And then I don't need base folder name. I can just have do I make that read only? And do I really want to make that public? So if I just say base folder equals that, I don't even need this. Right? Yeah, I don't like that. All right, fine. File create. What are my overrides here? Path, buffer. If I do create, what does that do? Creates a directory. I want to create a file, not a directory. Am I going to want those methods to be unit testable? Yes. Create a abstractions for file system classes. Ooh. If it's private, it would be lowercase. Actually, I put a... Oh, no. Now I've done it. I use an underscore. For a private field, I use underscore. So do or do we do no, go back. File create, and I know. don't want to create it. I want it to figure out. I want it to take the directory that it was given and go. Right, so if I were to say base folder, I want to create a file. Create a new file in the base folder. It is going to do that. All right. I guess that works. I guess that works. So now, right, once again, these are naive implementations. I haven't done anything to anonymize the names yet. The new Copilot UI at copilotmicrosoft.com feels a bit off. What did they do? Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I've experienced that also. And I've absolutely run into that the new Copilot, this user interface does not feel. I get what they're trying to do with it. It feels awkward. Write some simple C# code to add two numbers. And the scroll bars here are incredibly hard to use. So, it's kind of the other way around, Silky Solutions. Because this came first. And they are all kind of based off of this, right? Write some Visual Basic 6 code to add two numbers. Convert that code to F#. And it's the exact same. The code window here is the exact same way. The scroll bar is really hard to use. Quite frankly, they want you to just copy code. They want you to just click this thing and go take it over to whatever your editor is and work on it. They don't want you to actually read it here. They want you to copy and go use it somewhere else. Yeah, Silky Solutions. These folks they're in a land race, and they're all building user interfaces and new ways to interact with things, and they're all deciding and deriving and in this land race to try and design a new way to think about not just writing code, but writing and interacting with technology. And folks are inspired by the minimalist Apple presentation of things. It's not my cup of tea, and quite frankly, to my non-technical family members, this is intimidating. I sent a comment to Robert Scoble over the week that these types of interactions and the way that he presses that artificial intelligence interactions are better than you. In a world where for the last 40 years we've been seeing science fiction, movies, and television shows where the computers, the robots misbehave. Thinking back to things like the original Westworld by Michael Crichton in the 70s. Computers, robots, programs misbehave, and in those science fiction those science fiction stories end up killing, injuring humans, right? And Ray Bradbury wrote about the three laws of robotics, and one of those is you shall never harm a human, right? These things that we as a culture, through pop culture, have learned and are understanding. When folks come through and show and tout that AI does your job better than you, faster than you, in a world where we've seen Westworld, we've seen The Matrix, we've seen war games, this is scary. It's incumbent on us as technologists to bring some of these things and put those guardrails up and show those guardrails and make it easier for folks to say, this helps me, and I as a human can do my job better. Battlestar Galactica is another great example. The Cylons rising up and destroying the human race. Yes. 300 years in the future is Buck Rogers. So, right, it's these are things that for us makes sense, and it helps me out. It helps me figure things out and get through stuff faster. How do we do that in a better way to encourage, support, and empower, especially when I think of the baby boomer generation, our senior citizens now here in 2024? How do we empower them so that they can use AI to do things that they never thought they could do things faster than they thought they could ever do? How do we enable them to do that in a way that they're comfortable and can work with that? Those are cultural challenges that we need to work through. This is a very simple file system storage at this point. And like I said, it is a naive implementation because it's using whatever file name was provided. That's okay for now. There's clearly security settings that we're going to need to put on here, and security settings we're going to need to put on here, as well as some sort of a reverse lookup, so that we write with our own file name to disk, but the file name that was specified for this is sitting over somewhere else. Can't wait for the new Terminator where they reveal JavaScript and a type coercion error was responsible for Judgment Day. That's a good one. That's good. You've been using AI as a crutch while doing your degree. It's quite bad. My younger daughter used AI to help her through biology class, and she's not proud of that either. So, yeah, that's a thing. So where was I? So I want to be able to install this and have it light up and start making this available. So in the plugin manager then, right? Yeah, it's right. Oh. No. Visual Studio in Teams. No. Where is it? This, that. I want to go to Plugin Manager. Load plugins at startup, so we need to also register, right? That's extract and install plugin. Load plugins at startup. There's also an activate. So it loaded those assemblies. We need to register these other plugins. How do we do that? So that when it goes to look up, do I register them with the service locator, or do I create a secondary service locator that we can manage the lifetime of and keep here inside of Plugin Manager? Right? Interesting. Thinking. Right? Let's ask it to figure that out. Create a service locator for the plugins managed by the plugin manager. Like, there's this plugin assembly manager that was created that does all the loading of the plugin assemblies. Right? That's great. There's a list of, here's the various assemblies. But for the plugins, and their interfaces managed by that. Just give me an idea what this looks like. No. That's not the kind of thing I want. Right? Like, I want something like iService Provider. Why don't you like that? Sure. But, right, if we go back over to here, right, Builder Services, this is a iService collection. So maybe this should be iService collection. I like that. Service descriptors. Can I do that? Okay. So So can I do something down here like... get plugin provided service and do something like that? That's fine. That's okay. I'm okay with that. iService provider. This plumbing in here is rather interesting. When I load plugins at startup, it's going to go load these. Register with service locator. And then here, I think I want to do... Yeah, we're gonna be rebuilding that a couple times. So that's okay. Now, why doesn't it... Yeah, we're gonna fix that. Okay, so load plugins at startup. No matter what at the end of it, we set that. Extract and install plugin. I want to call this same bit here. Extract and install plugin. Plugin assembly, there we go. Let's move this. Okay. So now I need to actually define what this thing's doing. Hey there, Max Dev Mastery. Hello. Analyze the assembly for any known, yeah, there we go. Not iService. Not file provider. What did I call it? I handle file. Ooh. We don't need to do. That's okay. That could be null. I think that's right. Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. So, where was I? Here. I handle file storage. Then add it as a transient. That's fine. I think there's a way to do this with a little bit of pattern matching, right? Convert, heck, no. Right, and if we do, no. Clear this. Update the selected code to use a switch statement with pattern matching. Yeah. Why don't you show me? No. No. Update the selected code to use a switch statement with pattern matching. Not quite, but I'll start there. What the heck did you do? Get rid of that. Get rid of. Got 2 extras here. All right. And I need 1 more. There we go. I don't want to just add transient of that type. I think it's I handle. I think I want a type of on that too. Type of. And even then, that's not it. No. You've had more success using Claude? It's not, it's a switch expression is what I want. Convert this to a switch expression. Yeah, there we go. Do that. Now, I think that's okay, right? So then I can add other known interface types and have it grow this appropriately, and I have it all in one place. And it becomes very simple to add here. Or can I make this, hang on. What if I did this? Private static. No. Known interfaces. Not bad. Right? No, I want to do private. And then can I do it like this? Oh, you stink. Like that? Yeah, there we go. Then yep, there you go. I don't want to add it as a singleton. I want to add it as a transient. Do I want it as a transient? Then it's going to create that each time. Register with, you're right. Right, this is a double loop here that's going to get ugly. Make that singleton for right now. But I have a feeling we're going to want to change that later. But that does that registration for me. Okay.
Developers.
Who there? Piddlewog. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so that'll go through and look for and register. I can already feel that there's going to be collisions here. And this should only be done when something is activated. Let me come back to that. So now my file system storage, my file system configuration section. How do we get these things are going to be sitting inside of app settings. Application state. This feels like something that shouldn't be living here. Maybe. Is it a dictionary or is it a private dictionary? No. I like that. Configuration sections. So now we can add a configuration section for a plugin when it arrives. How does the plugin know? How does the plugin manager know maybe it finds it and it says, hey, there's a configuration section here that I know about. We need to go do something with this. Here's the section name to register. Right, and it's a tangled tangled web we're weaving here. The check if the type is a configuration section and add it to the application state. Hey, how'd you know that? Yeah. We should only add it if it doesn't exist. We should only add the... Hey, yeah. That's right, actually. Let's go to the end of this. Like that. Go up here at the end of that. Over this, one of there. Eh. Yeah, there we go. Okay. What are those different known interfaces? So what I'm thinking of here, these are a collection of known interfaces that plugins can implement. So iHandle file storage is one of those. Right? There's going to be other things that folks are going to implement that we'll be able to add in here. A register plugin attribute as an additional requirement to register for DI. This might too eagerly grab interface implementations the consumer doesn't want to include. Oh. Nah, not a source subject. A register plugin attribute. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. So let's move you. I don't think we want a name, but I think we want some sort of a scope that we want to specify for these. It's a good idea, Ramtena. Plugin service locator scope. There we go. And then this becomes... What? What? Okay. So then to your point... yeah. This I'm okay with. No, and register them with the service locator. And we need one of these. No. Where was it? Register plugin attribute. There we go. That's better. No. If plugin attributes has a value, is to be registered with the service locator. Do it. New service descriptor, type. Oh boy. This is good. I need to figure out what that other type is. Identify the known interface that is implemented by the class. Yeah. Cool. So then this is, the implementation type is that. What is it? It might be null. And no, I don't want to, I just want to skip. I don't want to throw an exception. And I think we can do this. Yeah. So if it doesn't have a plugin, if it doesn't have a plugin attribute, check to see if it's a configuration section and create that, instantiate that appropriately. Okay. I think we've got something there. Let me go into here. And this is one that I want, right? Let's use our register plugin, right? That's, yeah, register plugin attribute. And I need to give it a scope. Singleton for this one. And that should register it. Oh boy. Hey, Pusto. Hello. Fear. What are we building today? So I'm working on a file system plugin for SharpSite so that we can specify files that can be stored in various different locations for our application. So in this case, we want to save things just to disk. Just save them to disk, and we'll make it easy from there. And right now, this is very naive, this implementation. It isn't entirely safe and secure yet. This is naive and insecure. And I'll leave that note here for now. We'll mature this and get it a little bit more secure once we have some of the underpinnings working around file system, around file storage management, because we've identified several different places folks are going to want to store files with their applications. Somewhere on disk, in a database, in a cloud storage application like S3 or Azure Blob Storage. So there's places that you're going to want to be able to store files. So we're going to define a couple of these I handle file storage mechanisms so that folks can plug in and choose, oh yeah, store my files in my database, store my files here, and so on and so forth, and make it a little bit easier to work with. So that's what we're doing. I really like this idea of a register plugin indicator so that our plugin manager can just say, go find the things that should be registered, or go find a configuration section and load that up. That's okay, Pusta. What channel are you going to be on for that? And go ahead and share a link. Happy to let friends share a link. You've recently worked with ABP, and they have a file system manager that uses a similar ID. Exactly. So, right, this interface that I've defined, I handle file storage, defines all of those things that you might want for managing file storage. Thank you for the follow. And we'll be able to provide a user interface in front of that in the future that folks will be able to use to do that management. So we're learning how to build that as we go along here, right? I think for this initial definition, we're okay here. Why not just create one base interface or marker interface and inherit others from it? I see where you're going. So where I handle file storage here, right? The idea would be I register for plugin services, right? Then you might have multiple I handle file storages inside of, and you want to specify just one. So, right, you could certainly also apply that same interface to here. The attribute gives us a way to compose instead of inherit. And by adding a second mechanism to inject in that reflection, it helps to keep that separate. However, to a little bit of Ice Cream Stick Model's point, when we go analyze the assembly, right, it's doing this get custom attributes on everything, which will take time. So, PH16 Discord, most likely lobby 1. Yeah, drop me a line on Discord. That's fine. But I wasn't sure if that was something we wanted to promote to the public. Thinking through, because I see where Ice Cream Stick Model is going of we just made this really complicated. And we're doing an analysis of all the types. Is there somewhere that we can document, here's the entry point for some of these things? Let's pin that idea. Is there a way for analyzing every type? Yeah. Copilot doesn't have an answer immediately, so. Can I turn this right into a GitHub issue from here? Because that would be really cool if I could. Turn this into a GitHub issue. Can you do that? No. No. Hey, Mythin. Thank you. There is a GitHub action that does that in Tags app. You're right. Yeah. I'm going to leave that there. That's a great idea, DGen1, to bring that.
Oh my.
Ad starts in 30 seconds. Last thing that I need to do is provide some sort of way to configure these configuration sections. Right, so we've got display name and information here. Right, and that should build no problem. Except, what? Right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was easy. Try to avoid known interfaces first or default because it's technically for each loop. Stand by. Here. So what if I pass it? What if we pass that? Right? The type to register it with. I don't like passing types like this, though. No. Plugin register. No. No. Go away. I don't want that answer. I don't like that answer. Then, right, I can do this. It's going to be a CMS system, yeah. So then ice cream stick model, I write it to, right, and we're deciding, we're figuring out how this thing's going to live here, right? By defining it like that, then I don't need to do this. Or that. I can say known interface. No. Plugin attribute. Not get type. Where is it? That's not nullable. Here. Yeah, I want plugin register type. Right? What? I handle file storage. So now I'm not doing a for loop. If SharpSite ends up supporting auto render, does the plugin need to define how to handle it in different rendering situations? That's it. That's a very interesting forward-looking statement, Steve. You're right. I'm not doing that type of user interface plugin yet, but that's a good discussion that we need to get into. Can you open an issue in the repository about that? Because on user interface plugins, you're right. File storage isn't something that I think we want to serve like that. Yeah. Thank you. To start the conversation, this is something to discuss and figure out as a group. For us as a group. The piece of this that needs to be built, right? Because something like file storage is a foundational system plugin. There's always going to be at least one of these installed. You get to choose how it works. I think we need right in here. Map file API. And I'm going to create a series of minimal APIs for this. public static, no. And this is off of web application. Map file API. This web application app. App can get to configuration, can it? Oh, dang. Oh, dang. I don't think that's right just yet. Get required service. Not quite. I handle file storage. Okay. This then becomes I handle file storage. Yeah. And now we're getting into a little bit here. Have I tried Cursor AI? No. Hey, Chris Jones.
Chris Jones just resubscribed for 69 months. Can't stop. Hope you had good Christmas/holiday and Happy New Year.
I did have a great... And so all my family's in town. It's great to have the kids back in the house and having a good time with them. Great time visiting with family. Yeah. So get file, the path that was requested, right? Get file returns a task of file data. So, right, and right now I have this set up. Get file. This kind of assumes that it's going to exist. Let's go over here to file data. Let's make this a little bit more sophisticated. No. There we go. So the file is going to be, can I do stream dot? Can I do that? Yep. Placeholder for a missing file. There we go. So now I can say if file info is not, what was that type again? File data. It wants a constant because I'm using the pattern match. So if I do that, okay, return results file, file info. I don't need to create read stream. It's right there. And what is the content type? Do I have content type sitting here? I don't. Well, that's going to be a, hang on. No. Rats, I don't have content type here. Do we need to read file content before it is using those files? Well, it's going to attempt to get that file, right? Attempt to see if it exists. So here I can do, well, I didn't do the check. Yeah, there we go. If that doesn't exist, yeah. Handle a missing file by returning a placeholder. There we go. So if we're trying to get that file, API files, and then some path, get file. It wants that as a, I thought, 2 overloads. What are the overloads here? There's the stream. I can just return the stream, but I want to specify that content type. That content type, here. File metadata. We don't have a content type on that. We should specify that content type here. So then I can say, but I feel like there's more we want to specify here. The download name, right? Well, we know what that is. We can say file info, metadata, file name, and there's also a last modified. Sure, give me that too. File info, metadata, create date. Don't have an entity tag, but I think for a basic implementation, there's lots more to do here. I think that works. Files group. Map get, map post, map delete. Wow. I think. Really? That's an iApplication builder. No, I think this. Right, I want to do that. Yeah, map group. Dude, you got this so wrong. Sure. Yee. This goes away. Let's get rid of all this other stuff here. I don't know what you're doing. So now I can do like files group map get. If I do that, that feels weird. not. I have a malware detection container that we can wire up to this, already built, that we can figure out. We can't do that out like that. We can do that. And I need to... Can I specify a header with the results okay? Is there a way to add a header there? No. I could have a view model that I return that does that. Sure. Give me a way that you're going to suggest it. Yeah, didn't think so. All right. Would we add an endpoint to this API for uploading plugins, or is the current way better? I think you're onto something. Let me get back to you. I think you're onto something. So that will get a file. That'll get the list of files. For post, put, and delete, we're going to want to authenticate those. That is authenticated. That is limited to so did you see what it was doing there? Users, look at what it's suggesting here. Sure, start with that. Oh. Go on. Now, what do we got there? I'm not familiar with that. Policy names. Policy names. I have a constant for that. Constants? No, not that constants. Right? It's like... Where did I put that? Not this one. No. That one. Constants roles all users. And that just adds a file. Sure, that's fine for now. Having flashbacks. Hey, malfunct. No, IntelliSense sometimes gets a little grouchy for me. Need to add a... What? Sure, go ahead, do that one. Is it results created? It's a 201 created response. Why doesn't it like that? Really? URI and the object. No. Well, how's things, Malfunct? Great to see you. I don't want to pass the value. I mean, I suppose I could, right? File metadata. I mean, I guess that works. Copy that, bring it down here. Yep, there we go. And I'm gonna limit this to admin users and this one to admin users. Well, that was easy. So now I have a simple file API that's plugged in and plumbed here that we can look at. Having flashbacks present and not sure, yeah. Things are fine though. The severe insomnia last night wasn't so good. Oh no, severe insomnia. We had family over yesterday, and the college-age daughter and her husband were up a little bit late, and that was bothersome. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, so I have a file API that's plugged in there now. Does this actually run? Like, tell me this runs. No, it doesn't run. No, there was something else over there. We're missing a create date. What? Oh, well, I'm... Content type, string empty, create date. What? Turn back on the keyboard cam. Ta-da! Look, keyboard. You woke up after 2 or 3 hours and couldn't get back to sleep. Oh man, that's rough. Let's see if this actually starts. Like, okay, we're doing pretty good. No, we're okay with that. Fine. No, at that point, it's a thing. Because we're going to initialize it right up at the top. There you go. The Digma keyboard. Okay, so it looks like it's working. That says it's running. Finished waiting for that. Go ahead, start the website then. You fool! Well, that's... Now we're in an interesting tangled web. At the very least, we need some handle file storage. And that's going after app services. That's not where it's going to be anyway. Let's rethink this a little bit. Oh yeah, great keyboard mouse, right? So this is the Digma Defy. You saw somebody link it up there. I'm using a Razer, what, five something, and look at how old it is. All the stuff's worn off on the bottom here. 502, 510. Not Razer, Logitech. Don't tell them I said that. Ad starts in 25 seconds. This is the Digma Defy. Is the bot's responding with the wrong one. It's the Digma Defy, the first one there. And the folks at Digma sent this to me, so full disclosure, I've received this gratis. And I do really enjoy using it. Lots of options it comes preloaded with. I need to reach into application state is where I need to be on this. So let's not... maybe I pass in application state. Right? What if I did that? Let's just call it app state. So it looks like we're passing around appellation state, right? Don't I call it? Yep, I do. So if I pass that in, then over here, what I can do... No, not app stats. State. Was it an application server or was it plugin manager? Plugin manager. Oh, nuts. All right, hang on. Plugin manager, and we'll rename this. Then here I can say plugin manager. Right, get plugin required service. Like that. But I need to be passed in the plugin manager. So go back over here. That's created right here. So let's grab you, put you up in here. Yep, that doesn't exist yet, so we'll move you down here. I think that'll work. It is a very premium keyboard, yes. To your point, Malfunct, professional developers, professional craftsmen demand professional tools. As software developers, don't settle for the $5-10 keyboard that you got at the local thrift store. Get yourself gear that's going to support what you want to do professionally. A gaming quality mouse is a premium mouse that is going to do a ton for you. There's something to be said that there isn't a developer quality mouse, right? There isn't a software developer's mouse. We just lean in on the game industry and say, hey, go get me one of those. Or a gaming keyboard, right? What I like about this keyboard is that it has 10 layers of macros and configuration on here, and a duck that we can configure and light up and make it work the way that works for us. Somewhat ergonomic, totally agree. That's what's fine for a developer. But when we think about developers as a class of users, what does that look like? I don't work in hardware. I don't know. Okay, so now, what does, hang on, before I go too much further, commit what we got here. Holy smokes. Like, save what you got here at this point, Fritz. Git add, sharp site, abstractions, base. Sure, grab that. Git add, sharp site, web, file API. Started work on the file API. Right, let's keep what we're looking for here. Definitely need a keyboard that supports a bend or my wrist would die. I'm liking the Alice layout, but I love the old macros. So, right, this is a separated keyboard, so I can put this wherever I want. And as a gamer, I have a Overwatch mode that I set up here where really only this keyboard, this half of the keyboard is used. I've got some other things over here to help me revert and get back into another mode. But I don't need this half of the keyboard. I can move this away and just use mouse and left keyboard. And then jump back when I need to type things to folks. And jump back over to gaming mode as necessary. So, and then there's other functions like here's my battery levels. You see the two greens. Fully charged. Hey, Guacamole. Hello. But there's also Bluetooth buried in here as well. Used the separated keyboard from Kinesis for several years before getting the Alice layout. Okay, cool. These are the things that I like about this keyboard. It's got my resounding endorsement. And like I said, full disclosure, I was sent this to review. So, January 14th conference. What's the January 14th conference? The yes, we're doing a .NET Conf discussion here on stream. Yes, that's going to be a lot of fun. So where was I? So all that's registered, but I need to put in, where was it? In here. If this doesn't exist, right? We need to do something with it, right? Or null if there's no such service. So here, let's do if I don't want to throw that yet. I need to return app. And I'm going to comment this for right now. Because by default, the app should always have a file storage, should always have a storage provider available. It's going to be at configuration time. You, the configurator, you, the installer of the application, should choose which one you want. Can we turn this over to dark mode, please? Thank you. There we go. Cool. And we got our language chooser still working good there. Okay. So now, if I try to go to API files, yeah, that was never mapped. Okay. Okay. Do I know how to let the .NET Conf team know their local events map needs a fix? Showing Korean event in Connecticut. Oh no. take a look at there is a contact us link. No, there isn't. There isn't. Interesting. I thought we had one. Yeah, that's not right. Let's. Who should I tell you to? There's an email address to send it to. Give me just a second here, and I will give you that address. Come on now. No, that's not it. No, no, no. Send it to, it's okay. Send it to .NETconf at Microsoft.com. Send a message about it to there. And the team will pick it up and be able to do something with it. Okay? Thanks for identifying that enough stuff. Why isn't it mapped? Because I don't have a file storage provider. I don't have one installed. Where'd it go? Right? If I don't have a file storage provider, don't do one. It's just about 3 o'clock here. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. The next piece is to package our file storage provider that we've started, install it, and get it working. I think I want to save that for next time. So let me, I'm going to stop the music. Hit that, hit the Mario music. Let's wrap this up. Save off where I am. We could talk more about this. Yeah, that's good. It's just that one API. Added a missing file plugin check to the API. Push that out, and if you want to see what we've started on the API, maybe you're interested. It is sitting right here, introducing a file storage plugin. It is a draft, a pull request you can find right there. We're going to continue to iterate on this and add additional file storage plugins. This is a very naive implementation at this point because we're trying to get the pieces configured so that we can have file storage, something that's swappable and is an architecture piece that you, as an implementer of SharpSite, can choose to run later. One of the big pieces that this is going to provide is inside of the user interface. When folks create posts or pages and they want to embed an image, we're going to generate the links for that image right there using this file API, right? That's the goal that we're doing here. This is going to support the ability to have embedded images in posts. Okay, this is some of that base plumbing for that. We could have just wired this up immediately and said, just write it to disk and here's the folder you're going to write to. But we thought it'd be more interesting to start that abstraction now, because this is one of the ability to do plugins and swap those out is a key feature for this content management system that we're designing, and we're going to get that working very, very nicely here as part of this. So we're almost there, and I think we're gonna have some fun doing that. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because it's New Year's Day. All kinds of stuff is going to be happening for folks all over the world as we as we wrap up 2024. So I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. So I'll probably be back on Thursday the 2nd is when I'll be back streaming, and we'll have some fun then. But for now, let me head back over here. Yeah, we'll see you next year. Absolutely. We'll wrap things up. I shared the link to SharpSite there. There's links to SharpSite at the top of Twitch chat. If you're watching the YouTube stream, it's in the description just below. This is an open source project that you can participate in. I want you to go star that repository, fork the content, grab it, take a look at it. We're doing some interesting things in here. I want to get your feedback. Create issues, comment on some of the code, ask questions. This is what we're trying to learn and teach from. I want to record a couple videos introducing SharpSite, talking about some of the architecture decisions we've made, and set up this regular release of videos that describes what's going on and how this is growing. I think it's going to be a lot of fun in the year ahead for us to grow and enhance and make our content management system that our community builds, develops, and shares with the world to be able to use. All right? Thank you so much for tuning in. Great to see you, Malfunct. Thank you for joining. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, DGen1. Thank you so much. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network, who I can get you connected to. That would be fantastic to send you over to in a raid. You know what? He's not streaming tech content, but he's a regular here on this channel, and he's only got one viewer right now. I want to support one of our community members. I want to support Eddie Dre. Eddie's running a DJ set right now over on his channel. Let's go over, show him some support, drop him some follows, because he's hanging out here and having a good time with us. Thank you so much for joining us. I will see you on Thursday, and get ready to say hi to our friend Eddie Dre. Have a fantastic rest of your day, wherever you might be. Happy New Year. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.